They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lazy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures eat what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lazy poster.
Them to slavery as opposed to seeing it as, first of all, why do you believe the white man's history so much? I went to boarding school in Cameroon and I learned that one of the tactics that they used to get Africans in the slaves in the ships, they stole them literally.
No.
They what's the word? They would come to the chief and say, hey, we just need a couple of men to work for this amount of time, and those men would never come back. I mean, there were so many different sneaky ways that they got people away. Do you think Africans were proud to?
Okay, so
I would have sold everybody.
I would like to say something as well.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Rashad.
You have the women of Dahomey. They were doing it. I think it was 75% of slaves that came through the transatlantic slave trade came straight through there. Matter of fact, they had, if I remember right, they had a tree. They used to have their slaves walk around called the tree of forgetfulness because they didn't want when those slaves died over there, their spirits to come back and haunt them. They were brutal with their tactics, cutting jaws off, killing.
What are your sources? Where is
history? Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston is one of the greatest.
I have never heard that in my life.
Okay.
They were our brothers that were kidnapped. They were our brothers that were kidnapped. We did not sell our brothers. We never sold them to anybody. We were kidnapped, and they were lied to. Their descendants were lied to that they were sold. No.
Number two, none of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they have taught us, we don't sold it, that your brother sold you. I wasn't there, you weren't there, so we don't even know what truth there is. And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have it been? Some of you have forgiven the white man, but you refuse to forgive your so-called brothers who sold you to the white man. I don't believe that story because I wasn't there. Number two, none of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they have taught us, we don't sold it, that your brother sold you. I wasn't there, you weren't there, so we don't even know what truth there is. And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have it been? Some of you
slave raiders, who were they? According to your research, who were the slave raiders?
Primarily the European. Primarily the European.
Where'd you read that from? Because I read something different.
National Archives and different sources.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, so what about Queen Nzinga? Was she a slave raider?
She participated in the slave trade.
Was she a slave raider? I know she sold slaves, but was she also a slave raider? Did she capture? Did her Angola, on behalf of her, capture blacks and then trade them? Okay, that's what a slave raider is. Okay, cool. Yeah. And wasn't there other surrounding African countries in Central Africa that I could bring up for you, also slave raiders?
Yeah.
Okay, now that was around like 1600, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what year were there European slave raiders?
I mean, the whole entire transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, bro, I need you to find that for me.
1619. They know good and well we was here way before that. They ignored the Spanish and the Portuguese. See, that's the trick bag. They act like the Spanish and the Portuguese weren't even over here. They were over here a century before the English. They don't like to talk about the Spanish and the Portuguese because the Spanish and the Portuguese documented exactly who the hell they saw when they got here. That's why they don't want you messing with them documents. The Portuguese, when they were down there in Brazil, they said exactly who the hell they saw. Negroes. They even had classifications in their documents. They classified black people from Africa and the black people here in two separate categories. They called the black people in Africa or from Africa, Negros de Guinea, and the ones from here, Negros de Terra. Those were two classifications that were all in those Portuguese documents. Negros de Terra means blacks from the land. And they weren't mixed. Don't let them hit you with that mixed shit. The Portuguese let you know in explicit terms, these blacks from the Americas are not mixed with African. They were very explicit about that. Look that term up. Look up Negros de Terra. Look it up now. That was a very common term that the Portuguese documented when they saw the indigenous Americans here. They called them blacks of the land. They were not mixed with African. They were not mixed. This ain't me talking. This is the records talking. Look it up. Negros de Terra. Negro, N-E-G-R-O-E-S. Duh, or D, D-A or D-E, either one. And the next word is terror, T-E-R-R-A. Look that word up. Look that term up. Look that up. This was a very well-documented term. That's unequivocal proof that there were black people here because they said it and documented it. All right? Don't let them come with that mixed shit. Yeah, the tethers love to try to, there was some of the indigenous people were black looking because they were mixed with African. No, not all of them. Not all of them. All right, y'all look it up. Look it up. Look it up right now and look it up and tell me what it says. Look it up on AI. Yeah. Look it up on AI or Google Negros de Terra. I want somebody to look it up and read it. Read it out loud and tell me what it says. Yeah? What's that? What'd you say? Just because they were dark don't mean it was you. Oh, who were they then? All right. Who were they then? All right. Right. Blacks of the land. These tethers. Y'all trying to pretend that everybody came off a boat and remain unmixed. No. No. Stop all that. And that y'all tethers be losing and then try to act like y'all tethers cut that Jedi
mods did not.
Hold on, slow down.
Not to
slow
me.
down.
Please.
Slow down. But just letting you know that Jedi mind trick shit don't work. Y'all tethers be losing and we burned. You didn't. Y'all ain't fooling nobody.
Hold on, listen. Hold on real quick though.
He sat here babbling, sir.
You're right. You're right. Tell your mods not to mute me. Let's have a man-to-man conversation because it was a simple question because of the labeling of your label, right? FBA, Foundational Black American.
American,
Black means a racial group from sub-Saharan Africa. So what she was asking you was, wouldn't you see it fit to pull the B out of there because B automatically makes you African? That was a simple question, bro. That's what I'm saying. I mean, what definition wise?
It doesn't though.
I mean, it does, bro. It honestly does. Black is a group, racial group from sub-Saharan Africa. Sub, below, under.
Then why would they? Okay, let me collapse your argument.
Okay, so he's about to cook him on this, and this is what I got revenue on. But let me just say, that's not the definition of black, right? The definition of black in America is an ethnic group of black people who are foundation in this country and can tie their lineage back to U.S. chattel slavery and further. Okay, they are the people who have ancestry starting in this country around the 1600s and maybe earlier. But those people only are black people. Everybody else is exactly where they came from. They have a nationality, and a lot of them have a tribal name that they go by as their ethnical everyday term. How they greet people, how they want to be greeted, spoke about. Okay. So that is those people. And the only black people are people in America, like I said, can tie their lineage back to slavery in the United States, chattel slavery. Okay. The United States, some odd years, decades later, created a category called the racial category, where they allow anybody with African descent to say that to claim their race is black. So they become black in a unauthentic way, right? A racialized way. Race is mainly only a thing and not even Africa is race a thing. So people become black with quotations, air quotations, only when they come to America as a racial category, as a broad category for anyone of African descent. It's not a definition, it's a category explaining who fit this, but that's not their ethnicity. They have an ethnicity and they have a nationality upon coming here and when coming here. Okay, so the way Tariq lines up, I'm talking like
that was a simple question.
The way Tariq Nasheed lines him up with this questioning is how I lined up revenue.
It doesn't though.
I mean, it does, bro. It honestly does. Black is a group, racial group from sub-Saharan Africa. Sub, below, under.
Then why would they? Okay,
right.
let me
so that
collapse
means
your argument. Why were Europeans going around calling Asians Africans below, which
according
is the word
to this
black?
dumb man's definition? That's exactly how I got Tether knew. They just say stuff without thinking because they don't want to be correct. They just want to win an argument. They don't care about being correct or incorrect. As long as they appear to win an argument, that's good. And they can know they're lying. As long as they appear to win, that's good enough for a white supremacist and a tether.
Look, I don't know nothing about that. I don't. I'm not even gonna get into an argument. Okay, you do. No, why?
They called Asians Negritos. They were full Asians. Why?
They were full Asians. I'm just hyper-focused on hating other black people. I'm speaking about that.
No.
I don't want to speak about Asians. Let's talk about, you're changing it. You brought Asians. I'm talking about black people.
They were Asians called Negritos, which is black. They're not sub-Saharan African. They're Asian. And they were calling them Negritos, little blacks. That's what they were calling them, sir. So that collapsed your whole argument.
I don't have an argument. I'm speaking to you about what the young lady was saying.
You just said black means sub-Saharan Africa, but there were people called black or negrito by Europeans, all in the Polynesian islands, all in Asia, and they were not from so-called sub-Saharan Africa. All right. So again, that just collapsed your argument.
No, sir. I'm talking about the FBA, sir. Why are you trying to switch it and pull it? Look, you could fool these uneducated young black people that you're.
Sir. You just your argument just collapsed. Yeah. Because you're trying to talk yourself out of being embarrassed because your argument got collapsed in one sentence. I just collapsed your argument, sir. That's how easy it is to debunk you people. It's too easy.
It's sad, bro.
And also, you had Native Americans with the word black, like Tuscaloosa. That's Black Warrior. Was he sub-Saharan African?
And where were they from?
Alabama.
Alabama mixed with who? Who were they mixed with? Who did they communicate with and build a community with? No, sir. Those are people from sub-Saharan Africa who blended with the people that were already there.
No.
Became a group. Yes.
You just saying shit. You just saying shit, bro. You just
bring me up.
Yeah, you're not just gonna say shit because you don't know history. Tuscaloosa wasn't mixed with nothing. Yeah,
why would you bring me up and have your mods muting me? What sense does that make?
Sure, because you just start lying and you start lying because you don't know what you're talking about, and then you start fast talking. Y'all tethers lie, and you get debunked, and you just start talking over people, and we don't do that. Because that's no. Because y'all like to lie. You get now.
You got fried.
Okay, you getting fried. What you trying to do? I'm a tether and I say so. That
never. You can't fry me. You're a fucking clown. Because how could you have these young dummies?
You got fried.
And I know
you trying to do. I'm a tether and I say so.
Separated your
sir. Stop
because you're afraid of.
Sir.
You're afraid of that.
Sir. You're not gonna. You're not gonna.
You understand?
You're trying to trauma dump. You're not gonna trauma dump.
They don't know.
Musty tether. You're not gonna.
You know.
You know you're a fleeing tether. You're a fleeing tether. You know that? No, you're from an immigrant background. That's why you never get on camera. But okay, let's do something else. Let me give you some more proof. Because the people who told the truth were the Spanish and the Portuguese when they came to the Americas.
Let me fact check that too.
Okay, all right. The Portuguese were here before the English, the Portuguese and the Spanish.
Yeah, right? They were, yeah.
Right. When the Portuguese went down into South America, which is connected to North America and Central America, they had a term for the enslaved people. Okay? I want you to Google two words. Google Negros de Guinea. Okay? Negros de Guinea. Got it? Austin, are you here? Austin, hop on. He's probably Googling right now. Austin, I'm trying to teach you. I'm about to show you proof, Austin. All right. Austin, I don't have him muted. He's not muted on mine.
He's trying to proofread in advance.
All right. Austin, did you Google it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What are you doing?
A few moments later. My bad. I got disconnected. What were you saying? You said Google Negros de Guinea or something?
Okay, do this. Are you looking at AI or something?
Yeah. This is open source, so this is very credible.
Got it. Okay. Not a problem. Google Negros, Negros.
Yeah, of course. I know how to spell it, sir.
Just in case. Negros de Negros de
Guinea, yeah, okay.
Okay, but then let's do two words. It's Negros de Guinea and then Negros de Terra, Terra. Okay, what does it say when you put in Negros de Terra?
It says those are Spanish Portuguese terms that from the earlier colonial period used to distinguish between groups of black people. Refers to Africans brought from the Guinea and nearby parts of West Africa. Blacks of the land and blacks from this land. That's what it translates to.
Right.
So no, it's proof it says Negros de Guinea means Africans brought across the Atlantic. Negros Criollas, blacks born in Americas. And Negros de la Tierra or whatever, locally born or locally identified as dark-skinned people.
Yeah, they call them blacks of the land. These are the black people who are already here.
No, it says blacks born in America, though. It says blacks born. It's all has to do with the transatlantic slave trade. They did not believe you were indigenous. And wait, if you believe in reparations,
now you're just making up shit. Okay, you're not going to do that,
sir. I'm looking at the proof.
No, you just made up your own damn definition.
I just read you out the definitions.
You just put your own shit on it. It didn't mean black people who Negros de Tierra meant blacks of the land, meaning the black natives, and it was specifically distinct from the blacks from Africa.
No, it says locally born or locally identified as dark-skinned people.
No, it don't say that.
I'm looking at the definition. I don't think I can turn on camera right now.
Show your screen. Show your screen. It doesn't say that.
Just look it up, sir. I'm looking at the definition.
Okay, everybody, y'all type Negros de Tierra. It don't say that. Okay, there you go. All right.
Wait.
Lying about what the shit it meant. All right. That term meant blacks of the land. They were very explicit about what it means. Yeah, he's trying to troll his way out of it. And no, he's trying to make up another definition. No, they were very specific about what Negros de Tierra meant. It meant black people of the land who are not African.
Easy.
They had a specific term for the black people from Africa and a specific term for the people here. Yeah, you can just shut them down with facts. When they start giggling and trolling, you got them. And he's definitely not of our damn lineage, by the way. He's not of our lineage whatsoever. So yeah, that's further proof right there. So yeah, y'all look it up yourselves. Y'all look it up. Yeah, y'all look it up yourselves. Look it up yourselves, okay. Actions of different groups of people. Y'all still have a big slave castle over there in Ghana, ma'am, where y'all were complicit in selling some of us, ma'am. You want to talk about who hates who or who dislikes who or who's complicit into undermining certain people? Do we want to open up that can of worms?
I thought the thing about the slavery thing, it's already, way over, we passed that already.
Really?
Yeah, we do. Because slavery exists, not only for Black American or African American, like, trust me, even white people were slaves, till this day, there's still, slavery is not only like, even the modern slavery still exists till this day, and happening in Africa as we speak, not only for Black American, but for other parts in Africa. So it's a broad, thing to talk about.
Because it's broad, that made your role in it cool. That what you're saying?
How is it going to be cool if it's existing in my own continent as we're speaking? It's just modernized for African people as well.
Yeah, you just saying because, other people do it too. Does that make it better?
What did you say?
Yeah, your argument, other people be enslaving folks too. So does that make it better?
No one says slavery it's a good thing at all.
Right. Well, why do you bring up all these other people?
But that's why people are doing this. Still, European are practicing those things in a different way. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not talking about black, to black beings, slave, another black person.
But y'all still got that big ass steam engine. Yeah, y'all were complicit in doing some evil deeds to people.
So you can't actually do evil things to your own people. That's crazy. But again, that wasn't my time. It was my ancestors' time, and your ancestors. Right. So let me explain.
No. My ancestors never did did no shit like that. Foundational Black Americans, we've never done no shit like that.
Those are the same people are also as relatable as your ancestor. Even if you're gonna deny it, that's not my problem. You still have that blood in there. That's the history. That's why those things still there exist till today.
No, ma'am. No. Because they sold my people. So yeah, my people weren't over there either. No, they weren't.
Right.
My people weren't. They weren't the sellers. They were the victims of you. People.
So guess what? Do you think I agree with what happened? I wasn't even born. People are my people. So for us to just keep saying your people, my people is ignorant, because at the end of the day, we're the same people, is the same ancestors. What
Not really.
Listen, because it could be my cousins that left, right? My ancestors, like somebody that related to me as blood also that came here, but people don't think about that. They just want to, attack instead of understanding the whole thing. Like I've never looked at any Black American as someone different than me. History, and I know my blood lineage and everything, and I'm not gonna deny who I am. So I don't agree with it. I felt like those people were selfish, brainwashed them, and took people from our people from there. That's just like really bad. I wasn't born that time, so you cannot blame that on me.
But that's your lineage. That's your lineage.
And your lineage too.
No, I'm the victim. I'm a lineage of the victims of your people, ma'am. I'm the lineage of the people who were victimized by your people. My people were not complicit in that shit. My people have always fought against white supremacy. Your people were complicit with it and made deals with it, ma'am. That makes us a little different. You see how that works?
Right, but you can blame all Africans because I'm not part of that. I wasn't there. If I wasn't there, I might not agree with it.
Yeah, but you try to blame all foundational Black Americans based on the conversations you have with a couple of people on goddamn TikTok, ma'am. See how that works?
No, because most of the FBA, you're the only first FBA that I hear that talking about different views, but most of them, they actually do hate African people, and all they do, that's how they make their money.
All right, so yeah, all 43 million foundational Black Americans hate Africans?
I've never met one that said they never accept you, but I'm not sure if you're trying to just be fair or whatever it is, because as in some part I heard that you said things about Africans, but again, I like this is my first time interacting, and your view is totally different. But yeah, most of the FBA actually did hate Africa. They do hate Africa, and they talk bad about them, and they were like, you guys are never our people, we don't want to.
So all the foundational Black Americans throughout the years that have helped Africa, so many of our foundational Black American icons have helped Africa. Dr. King, W.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, Maya Angelou, just so many. We've done so much for decades to help Africa. You gonna say foundational Black Americans hate Africa?
So, Tariq, you see how I look at this fight between FBA, Africans, and all these people? It was just like how at the beginning, Black people here in America were brainwashed to fight one another as brothers, to kill one another, right? And I feel like the same, it's the same thing right now is happening. The only difference is now it's just Africans, against Black American and Black American.
Nobody's fighting you, ma'am. No, foundational Black Americans are not fighting you.
You're saying that, but every day they're fighting African and Black American. Every day. And guess what?
Y'all arguing on damn TikTok,
let me tell you,
ma'am.
The most powerful
y'all arguing on TikTok. You know who's fighting all over Africa right now? That's real fighting. All them different damn tribes. No.
Hey, thank you for the super sticker. Zachariah Williams, 99. Basically $1. Thank you very much. The Lineage love is always appreciated. Like the video. I haven't checked the likes, but I think you guys are on code with the like button. I got some good stuff that you didn't hear. I'm gonna play some stuff, already. You know how we do. We play stuff over for learning purposes to stay in your head. But I got some stuff you didn't hear. I got a featured guest who denies the African slave trade. You ever heard of Dr. John Henry Clark? Yeah, he is now on the hot seat. Got him. I got their leader pretending like the slave trade didn't happen, or at least minimizing Africa's role and putting the blame on the evil old whitey man. Okay, yeah, I got your boy, John Henry Clark. Op John Henry Clark. Go ahead and like the button. Exclusive. Super Chat, Cash App, exclusive. Okay, people been knew this. People been knew this was his position. They protected this guy from the public, and we don't protect sellouts. All right, we are on code. We exposing everybody who attacks the lineage, try to downplay our history and rewrite our history. Not gonna happen on our clock. This is why they mad at delineation. We're too much on code. Check it out. Well, that's a little later, but check this out first.
I got a question, man.
Yeah.
About the whole FBA thing, like.
Yeah.
And my main question.
And you're Nigerian, right? You're Nigerian, right?
Now, originally, I'm a Liberian.
Liberian. Okay, got it. Okay.
So, my question is, when you say FBA, it's like, are you trying to separate yourself away from not being an African, you're ashamed of your African rule? Like, I'm not understanding the whole thing. It doesn't make no sense to me, man, you know?
What African roots?
Meaning that, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But when you say FBA has something to do with lynch, your lynch-ish, so my thing is just like, if we only try to attach your rule here in America and try to deny your African rule where your ancestor came from, to me, that's an insult to your ancestor, man.
So we're insulting the niggas who sold us?
No, you don't got no proof to that. That's why the women told you. There's no truth. You don't got no tangible evidence you can prove that. They said the same thing about the Native American here in America. That,
wait, you better slow down. Okay, you say there is no proof
no, you don't
that
got
y'all sold us?
There's no tangible proof to that.
Family, did y'all hear this, man?
There's no tangible proof. If we got it, can you prove it? Can you put it on?
Yeah. There's proof. Are you serious?
Yeah, I think that's propaganda, man. The women,
propaganda.
They did the same thing all over the world, going around go over the corners, people think, and then rewrite history.
Okay, sir. This is a picture of me. Can you see this picture?
I've been watching you, man. I've been watching that. I'm a little bit shocked.
Do you see the picture of me right there?
Yeah.
Where am I?
From my understanding, it's like you're in Ghana or Senegal.
Senegal, right.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I standing?
I don't know if you can tell me.
That's a slave dungeon. That's where the Senegalese, they were selling people. That's the door of no return.
It's not, I think that's why they were passing your African ancestor to bring it to America. It wasn't sent there. That's miseducation, bro. That's why they not and what they were burning against them in America. You don't got the real history, bro. What
they were kidnapped.
They were kidnapped. They were never sold. They were kidnapped against their will. They wasn't sold.
That's a dungeon, sir.
I know, but it wasn't okay. That's why they put them in, but they wasn't sold.
What?
They ain't sold.
They weren't sold. Then why did they put them in dungeons, sir?
Because that's why the women put them in.
To sell them.
No, not to sell them, to bring them to the new world. Okay, but
what are you talking about?
Tariq.
No, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Your lie.
That's not a lie.
What kind of lie is that? Are you serious? Are you gonna really sit there with a straight face and just tell a lie like that?
No, I'm saying that our people never saw our people. That's why the miseducation said our people were talking against their way by force to bring it to America, Brazil, Jamaica, Haiti, and you name it.
That's a slave, a whole slave island that they enslaved. The Africans were helping them.
No,
they were selling.
No, they wasn't selling that. The women need a worker, so they went to place like Africa, and then they start bragging on the chief. You know, say then having other tribe to kind of. You know, say,
what are you talking about?
They never sold it. When we talk about sold it, it's like he's selling something. Our people were never sold, man.
Yeah, they were. Why do you think they had them in there?
Like I told you, when they were bringing it to America, for example, America wasn't even a place. You know, you're not the only African descendant.
Your lie don't. You know your lie don't even make sense. Your lie don't even make sense.
No.
So they put him in a dungeon and just put him there for what?
Kept them there so that they can try to bring it here to America, Brazil, Jamaica, the island, Europe. I mean, you name it.
That's called selling, sir.
No, that's what I said. Can you prove me a tangible evidence that Africa was sending people beside what you just said?
Yeah, so you just keep babbling. Yeah, the proof is in that picture right there. And there's slave and El Delmina Castle. That's another slave dungeon. They got another one. I've been to another one over in Zanzibar.
So,
all over, they had slave dungeons. Where they would sell people.
So Terry, let me back to what you just said. My question was, when you said, correct me if I'm wrong here, man, about the whole FBA thing online, you know, because if I say I'm concerned, please correct me. If when you say FBA, right, I heard you say that when other African or Black people come over here, they try to take away where you African descendant build and so forth. To me, I'm trying to agree with it on a little bit, but it's
first, to be honest, I don't know what you're saying. You're just kind of babbling, and I can't even understand you. But listen, sir, the problem with you, sir, you're a pathological liar.
No, I'm not.
A lot of you are liars.
Lie on what? Lie on what?
Sir, you just sat here and told just a disgusting lie.
No.
Your lie don't even make sense.
Now, you refuse to accept the truth that I said that our African never sold the people.
Yeah, you did.
You refuse to accept that because that's what they
you sit up here. I'm up here in a slave dungeon.
Just because you're a slave dungeon doesn't mean that people are being sold. People are being kept in there.
Yeah, it does mean that. Why is there a slave dungeon and nobody being sold?
To be brought to America, to Brazil, to the island,
for what?
And so forth.
They weren't giving the people away for free.
But he can look around the world where what's still going on. They go over and take where they want to take by force because they need workers.
This tether's just saying. You see how they just be saying shit?
No. Don't be saying shit. Ain't no difference between
you. Get off my phone, man. This is why you really don't have to argue with these tethers because they're so nonsensical. This delineation has these people babbling mindlessly. They don't know what to do. They're just saying shit at this point. Logic is out the window. This dude, these people will lie with a straight face, ladies and gentlemen. It's nothing for these people to lie. Yeah, I'm like, really? Are you going you just gonna lie like that? Your lie don't even make sense. And they'll just stick with the lie. They don't care if it don't make no sense. We know now, just because it is a slave dungeon, don't mean they were sold. They were just there. They put the people there just to send them away. What? They just wanted to send them to Brazil, nigga. What? Lying for no reason. That's why we can't build nothing with you. We don't want to be clicked in with that. That's the unity? That's the unity? What are we going to do with that? We're not going to unify with that. There's a reason why he had to flee. They can't build nothing with each other. They don't trust each other. They do all that lying back in their homeland. That's why they can't build nothing. Nobody trusts each other. In order to build, you got to trust each other. Everybody's lying and scamming. Good freaking grief. Man. Happy. What's up, Happy? Yo, Happy, you in here? Oh. Stolen from Africa. Now, what made me want to do this topic, your girl Joy Reid, who is Congolese. Is she Congolese and Ugandan? She's mixed with a couple of things from what I understand. So she was on that show, 154 Africa. She was on there. They had her on there. And they were talking about the topic of Africans selling black people in Africa. And notice whenever that topic comes up, there's a lot of splaining. Congo and Guyana, got it, okay. Yeah, they do this whole thing. I want y'all to hear the explanation. We're gonna have to get real. Can we get we're gonna have to talk real because I'm tired of all of this splaining and we didn't know that. Man, okay, listen to her explanation, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to how she described what happened in Africa as far as Africans selling people. Fair use. Hold on.
16th century, and they're all false. They're not real, but they took away the thing that most humans organize themselves by, which is tribe. And that is gone in America. You're just white or you're black. And black American culture is, again, it's the most dominant culture that's ever.
Yeah, because we're not tribal. Foundational black American culture is dominant because we're not tribal. That's what makes us phenomenal.
Existed. It created rock and roll, soul music, country music, half the food we eat, most of what we do in this country that makes us American is black people created it. And so I think when our people come from other countries, they need to give that some respect. They need to treat that with respect. But also I wish American blacks could get the chance to learn what colonialism did to Africa. Because it's not like African people didn't suffer. And I think there's a sense that African people sold us away and forgot about it.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. Yeah, the tree of forgetfulness. Yeah, they literally made some of us walk around the tree of forgetfulness to forget what happened. Okay, yeah.
But they forget those people were destroyed. As Michael Harriot said when we had him on for our Black History special, if black people were selling other black people, why did you need a fort? If this was a transaction that was mutual and the kings of Africa were just selling off black, well, then why did you need to build giant forts? You build giant forts because you were having wars with those kings who you were stealing their people. You wouldn't need a fort if you were selling and buying.
And that's something that people that's the information that gets passed out.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that right there, I'm like, hold on. What kind of bullshit ass family? Hold on, let me get my phone on my mouth. What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Why did they build forts? Huh? No. See, family history is important, ladies and gentlemen. History is important. Oh, we're not going to let people rewrite history now. See, now people want to try to rewrite history. We're not going to do that. Let's tell the truth. Can we tell the truth, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, can we tell the truth about these forts? Listen, those forts over there, they didn't force those forts. They sat there, it took them decades to build some of them damn forts. It wasn't like they just hung up overnight and shot. Ooh, what is this sheet? A fort? No, they were complicit. No, they were complicit with those forts getting built over there. They didn't build them shits overnight. Come on now, man, come on, let's tell the truth. They were talking, she's making it seem like they built the forts against the will of the people and they were going to war with the African tribes. The European powers were going to war with the African tribes. How many of y'all been to some of them forts over there? Let me talk to the family real quick. How many of you guys went to Elmina Castle, Cape Coast Castle, Goree Island Castle? I was just in Goree Island a couple of months ago. Y'all been there? Y'all notice the cannons there. Some of those, well, damn near all of them, they have cannons at those forts. The cannons are facing outward to the sea. The cannons are not faced inward to the African tribes and the African nation. All right? The cannons are faced towards the sea. They got heavy artillery pointed outward towards the Atlantic Ocean, and that's to defend against rival European naval powers. The Dutch, the British, the French, all that. They fought each other over who's going to go over there and reap the benefits of people selling, folks. All the cannons weren't inland. Understand, they had land leases. the European powers would pay tributes to some of those African chiefs. You understand? They had to pay rent. Those European trading companies, they had to negotiate leases with these African rulers over there. They had to pay rent and customs, tax, tribute for the right to remain over there and conduct business on African soil. Yo, come on now. No, we're not going to have people rewrite no damn history. Oh, we're not going to rewrite history. Also, the inland part of the interior of Africa, the white tea supremacists couldn't go in there. They called that the white man's grave. See, before they could use quinine and all that stuff in the 19th century to treat malaria, the white tea supremacists would go up there and try to go into the interior of Africa, and they would just, croak. They'd become unalive just because of the diseases and all that stuff. They didn't have an immunity to go up in there like that. So they lacked the biological immunity to go inside the interior of Africa to get people and march them to the coast. So yeah, those were other tribes over there getting people from the interior, getting people from different places, bringing them to the coast. And a lot of those kingdoms over there, the Dahomey, Oyo, Ashanti Empire, the slave trade was highly regulated by them. European merchants, they weren't allowed to kidnap local people. Do you know that? Let's be real. Some of those African kingdoms would not allow the Europeans to go kidnap folks. They were like, no. If you want them, you got to go through me. You got to pay me first. Don't go get them by your damn self. No, don't you dare go get them. You got to go through me to give me my money first. Then I'll give them to you. Let's tell the real deal about this stuff. They're not going to sit here. Oh, y'all don't know this stuff. No. They're not going to sit here and act like, oh, they stole my brother. They stole my brother. No.
Family, that part is true. Okay. These tethers and Pan-Africans, they're trying to revise history in front of your face. Of course, it won't go nowhere. The entire world know how complicit Africans were in the slave trade, right? But they want to try to convince us and lie to us, to gaslight us and have us react on emotions to believe that the white tea man was so big and powerful in the 1400s to the 1600s, where he just could walk into Africa and just kidnap and steal whoever he wants. When I showed you guys during that time, from the 1600s, you could say 14 to 1600s, who were the most powerful nations in the world? It wasn't the white man. The white man was the bottom or the mid. It was China, Arabs, and Africans were holding their weight. So the white tea man ain't become a powerful, bold nation until after the slave trade was over. 300 years later, free labor for 300 years, 24/7 labor, through duress and violence. You feel me? They were able to build themselves strong armies, strong economies, and weaponry where nobody can mess with them. And they went and flexed their muscle during the Berlin Conference. So the white tea man as this big, strong devil ain't happened until after 300 years after Africans gave them 12 to 15 million of us, the diasporic people, and we free labor 300 years, 24/7 under threat and violence. We built with our hands the strongest nations on earth. You dig? So that's what happened. So there's no big bad white tea man without Africans giving them the labor force to do so. So yeah, so this big bad white tea man, you blame Africa for our enslavement, the diaspora enslavement, and you blame Africa for their own colonization, because there wouldn't be no big bad white tea man to do all those things.
We're not doing that. Oh, they were regulating the hell out of that. They would not allow a lot of them Europeans to go in there and get people by themselves. Man, oh, you better stop.
That's true.
Y'all do you really think these Europeans just ran up in there with a net and just start grabbing people? Can we be real? You really thought they just came in there, snuck up in the middle of the night and started grabbing people? No. They were complicit. Mug over there. Dude, when I was just over there in Goree, they were telling me, hell, it was some of the local people who was guarding the damn slave dungeons over there. They were guarding. If somebody tried to escape out that door of no return, some of those damn African tribesmen would pew them. They told me this when I was over there. Yeah, they told me this. Come on now, let's keep this thing a bean here. All right? Let's keep it a bean. And a lot of these societies over there, they were open to trade. They were trading with these European powers. And they were exchanging captives for goodies. They would get manufactured goods, firearms, all types of stuff. They were using those weapons to conquer neighboring ethnic groups, trying to expand their territory, trying to capture more people to sell. No, we're not going to let them just get away with acting like they were pure victims. And listen, the dynamic was geopolitical commerce. It wasn't just European bullying. A lot of them African rulers and them European powers, they had diplomatic treaties. I kept telling y'all, they kept signing treaties with the European powers over there in Africa. That's how they really got colonized the way they did. They kept making them little janky ass treaty deals. And the deals were janky and they just kind of fell through over the years. And then they ended up down bad anyway. See, we as foundational Black Americans, we've never signed no damn treaty. We've never made no deal with these people. But understand, these African monarchs, they sent ambassadors to European courts to negotiate trade terms and solidify their business alliances. Yeah, when I was talking the other day, I was telling y'all about people like Queen Nzinga. They try to prop her up. Queen Nzinga was a major slave trader over there in Angola. She was making all types of deals with the Europeans. They were turning on her, but she was doing all types of little janky ass stuff. A lot of them were. And let's be real. When some of the European nations like Britain basically outlawed the slave trade, they stopped. Remember, in the 1800s, they figured, hey, we got our weight up. We don't have to import people back and forth over the Atlantic Ocean. We don't have to do that no more. We kind of got our weight up. We got a lot of people here, got a lot of people in the Caribbean. And we don't really need to import people, insuring these slave ships and paying these tribal chiefs and just doing we don't need to do that no more. You got to understand, a lot of them African monarchs, they protested that. King Gizo of Dahomey, he pushed back against the British to stop the slave trade. He was like, hey, the slave trade, that's the ruling principle of our empire. So a lot of them were still trying to practice slavery when the Europeans stopped, because the Europeans basically said, hey, you know what? Damn that. Instead of importing people, hey, we got our weight up. We can just enslave some of them on the continent. Yeah, we don't have to transport them nowhere no more. We got our weight up. We're going to start colonizing that joint. So we don't need to make deals no more. We already got treaties from them. So we're just going to go in and regulate on that ass. Yeah. But understand, the massive scale of the transatlantic slave trade, that required deep logistical coordination, that Europeans couldn't manage that alone. These wealthy African merchants, the Aro Confederacy, the Niger Delta, they controlled the interior supply chains. Many of them, they managed the capture, the holding, the transport of all the enslaved people from the interior. You had other people like Tipu Tip. Y'all heard me talk about him before. Tipu Tip over there in East Africa, who was a black Arab. His mother was Bantu, his dad was Arab, but he was jet black. Major slave trader over there in Zanzibar. Come on now, let's talk real. Here's the thing. The problem is, For a long time, Africa has not been held accountable. A lot of times, Africa has not been held accountable. Y'all share the space. Y'all share the space. There's been this thing where we're not supposed to hold Africa or Africans accountable for some of the janky stuff that has been done. We're going to have to be real. I've talked about this before. They try to get away with saying little stuff like this because for a long time, we've been making excuses for them and their behavior. Yo, we're going to talk turkey tonight. We've been making excuses for their behavior. Where somebody said, I'm removing the context. Okay, JW, hop on, please. Okay, hold on. JW, hop on. If I'm removing the context, please tell me. JW, hop on.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you, JW. You're Nigerian, right?
No, I'm not Nigerian. I'm not West African, but I understand the context of the slave trade.
Oh, no, where's your family from?
I'm East African. I've been up before.
Oh, I talked to so many of you guys. You Eritrean, Somalian, what?
Oh, you brought up someone from my ethnic group before, Tipu Tip, Swahili. I'm Swahili, Zanzibari.
You're from Zanzibar?
Uganda. Yeah, I'm both, and I'm Baganda, Uganda.
Okay. But so Tipu Tip was a beast, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but he was also mixed race. He didn't really have any allegiances to tribe. His father was Arab.
Right. His mother was Bantu.
He was Arab.
Yeah, his mother was jet black Bantu. That's why he was black as hell.
Yeah, but his mother was also a slave.
Yeah. But yeah, he was a major slave trader. He was running Zanzibar.
But he's also like mixed race. He had no allegiances to people from inland Tanzania.
Okay, is that the context? Tipu Tip was jet black. So
I know he was jet black, but
you're talking about he mixed. That's like saying Wesley Snipes was mixed. Well, okay, what does that mean? Mixed with black and blacker?
The context you're removing is he didn't even believe he was African. He believed he was Arab fully. Like you couldn't if he was alive today, you couldn't tell him he's not an Arab.
Okay.
Also, the context you're removing is that Europeans also removed people that resisted selling them slaves and replaced them with leaders that would. For example, there was a king in Ghana kept in Netherlands for nearly 300 years because he refused to sell the Fante people.
So y'all couldn't whoop them small group of Europeans?
I mean, at that point in time, they hadn't seen a gun.
But when they start selling your guns, you could have got your weight up. They started giving you guns. You got guns from different European powers. So at that point, you could have said, hey, let me start pew-pewing some of these folks who's coming over here taking people.
Yeah, but then the Dutch gave the Ashanti people. They then armed the Ashanti people who then sold the Fante people who initially refused to sell slaves. And then once the Fante people realized, we need to work with the Europeans, they bought pew-pews from, I think it was the Portuguese. So they triangulated them against each other, typically when they wouldn't have fought to begin with. They manufactured, it's not civil war because they're not the same people. They manufactured like violence that wouldn't have occurred naturally.
Yeah, man, those more excuses, man. They were complicit.
How is that an excuse? If you triangulate a group of people that typically never would have fought to begin with, and then you take the spoils of that conflict, that isn't like an excuse. That's triangulation. Like
it don't matter about no damn triangulation. Look, y'all were the majority over there, and it was smacking you around, making you complicit, and some of you wanted to be complicit with it. Nobody twisted Tipu Tip's arm. I don't want to hear all that. He thought he was Arab. Nobody twisted his arm. That dude was knee deep. He was the biggest slave trader over there.
Yeah, I know. He sold the most slaves on the eastern part.
Yes, he did. Yeah, nobody twisted his arm. That money, he was getting money. All right.
He was also an Arab, though. You're ignoring
Arab, and there's black Arabs. There's a lot of black Arabs. That don't mean anything.
I mean, technically, I would be a black Arab socially back then, but no, I identify as a black African.
Yeah. Zanzibar is not in Arabia, all right? Zanzibar is in Africa. He know his homeland. He was born over there in Zanzibar, in Africa, sir. So yeah, all that excuses, a lot of people think that there's something else. That doesn't excuse it. That's the point. For example, that mindset that Tipu Tip had, that's still now, you still got it now with people like Myron Gaines. He's an Arab from Africa who thinks he's an Arab or whatever. And he comes over here, has the same mindset as Tipu Tip against us. That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
that
I fully agree with that.
Yeah, that mindset is still there, sir. That's what I'm saying. All right. All right. But thank you so much, JW. Okay, yeah.
Take care.
Okay, some old half-ass. That ain't no context. That's just You had a mentally conquered Sambo. Okay, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, I just want to put context. Let me move the goalpost around. Okay, yeah, none of that. No. This is what I'm saying. All of that not taking accountability. What about Nzinga? Oh, Nzinga was knee deep in the slave trade too. Getting together with these old cannibalistic tribes, committing infanticide, getting babies and crushing infants and rubbing the remains of crushed infants into oils and herbs and putting it on your body because it's supposed to make you invincible because you're taking on the spirit of the infants you crushed. She was doing all types of weird shit like that. Yeah? She was doing all types of weird stuff. African with the flag, you said, what's not true? African with the flag, hop on.
Yo, you hear me?
Yes, what's not true?
That Queen Nzinga was a slave trade. That's not true. She was actually fighting against the slave trade.
Wait. Please get your microphone together. Please get your microphone together. I can barely hear you. You're very muffled. You're very, very muffled. Please, let me get your mic together. Now, what'd you say? Are you using headphones, sir? Huh?
With a second account? Like, because...
Brother, are you using headphones?
No, I'm not using headphones. My mic is bad. Can I like use like a different account?
Now, what'd you say? Queen Nzinga wasn't a slave trader?
No, I was saying, can I go with my different with a different account because my mic here is bad on this phone.
Okay, get another account then.
Not here. Sorry.
Okay, what the hell are you talking about? How your phone that janky? I could have swore he said Queen Nzinga wasn't a slave trader. Did he say that? I could have swore he said that. I'm like, are you insane? Yeah, how you gonna call up with an iPhone 1.0? Man. But listen, all of this splaining, see, we're not doing that. See, these folks don't want to be held accountable. We've sat up here and not let these people be held accountable for all the little janky stuff. You see, they use all these old goofy excuses. Yeah, hold tight. We're going to play a little more of this, and then you got another Queen Nzinga denier, and then we're going to touch on John Henry Clark, his denial in the African slave trade with the European. He attempts to minimize Africa's role and over-exaggerate on Europeans' role in the African slave trade. So we're going to take a look at his scholarship. He's used as a reference to many of these Pan-Africans and tethers, and we're going to check out if he's a trusted source. If we could listen to his words and say, yep, this aligns up with documented history. So just hold on. We got this Queen Nzinga denier. We got another one, and then we'll get to John Henry Clark. I already showed some Dr. John Henry Clark information that was shaky, and he admit to plagiarizing his own work when it suits the individual that he likes. He's admitted to that. Okay, so he admitted that if he likes the individual, he will omit the dirty laundry from history. You know, pretty much what white folks do with their heroes.
That's John Henry Clark. He admitted to that. I can play that for you at a drop of a dime. But so now we're going to hear his scholarship when it comes to the African slave trade. Is he going to just be honest and give us the honest truth, or is he going to romanticize Africa and demonize Europe, the opposite of white supremacy? Stay tuned.
Try to use
I'm gonna get to you guys that's calling in, but let me get this out the way first.
Because we didn't gave him a pass.
And by the way, the link is pinned to the top comments. Click that link, and if you got concerns, questions about what we're talking about, any questions or statements about FBA and is it necessary, anything, you are welcome to click that link. But again, I won't be accepting invites right now until I get these out the way, until I'm done with Dr. Henry Clark. So the question is, why did so many Pan-Africanists, Black nationalists, Blackologists hide this from you?
A long time. We've given them a pass for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. See, we've not made Africa and Africans accountable for a lot of stuff because for a long time, and I talked about this before, Pan-Africanism and all that, that has framed Africa as a de facto heaven. There's been this romantification of Africa, and we used Africa for a long time as some kind of psychological sanctuary.
Right. And let me just give a shout out to the super chats and super stickers. We got My Life in Exchange for Yours, 1999. Super chat, Lineage Love, thank you very much. I'm glad to see that the super chat actually works. I thought it didn't work because I never, people don't really, use it as much, but I see it does work. We have Madman 999, super sticker $1.49. Thank you very much. All right. So yeah, this gonna be a good one.
You see, if you use that as like a psychological sanctuary, being over here under brutal systematic racism, white supremacy, and physical violence, Africa at one point became conceptually transformed into a psychological safe haven. People start telling these stories about, this pristine homeland. That's a stark contrast to the reality of the brutality that we're experiencing now. Oh, there's a safe motherland. It's a pre-colonial utopia where there's green grass and food all over the place and sunny skies. No. Walking around free. Bruh. And a lot of historic narratives started to focus on the majesty of ancient African empires like Mali, Egypt. No. And you just overlook some of the wars and the internal oppression and all that stuff. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So yeah, a lot of that early Pan-African stuff, it emphasized absolute global unity among Black people. And in order to achieve this, the continent was framed not as a place of 54 distinct nations with complex geopolitical interests, but they framed it as a single harmonious motherland, which wasn't the case. It's gonna be real, it just wasn't the case. So we were taught to have this noble ancestor trope. We had to use this romantic lens of modern Africans and view them as strictly the descendants of an uncorrupted royalty or innocent victims of colonialism, rather than them being multifaceted people with the capacity for good and bad, evil and harm, good and harm. And people started to frame Africa like a biblical promised land, a place where ultimate belonging is going to happen. The diaspora will one day return, welcome with open arms, free of alienation and all that shit. Again, that Pan-Africanism turned Africa into a damn de facto heaven. It's like, you're going to go back one day. oh, we're gonna go back to our throne, and you start treating the African people as like infallible angels. If Africa is heaven, the people are angels. You understand? So we ignore the flaws, the prejudices, the capacity for exploitation, and we create this two-dimensional, idealized caricature of these innocent, noble people just walking around. They're just victims of colonialism, and they're just waiting on their brothers. We want our brothers to come home. Come home, my brothers. I miss you so. The white man stole you away long ago. I could not go get you in a boat. I've been waiting for so long. Come home, my brother. So we created that. You understand? We created that bullshit. And you go over there like, give me $20, nigga. It's like, oh, now you, it's a bunch of musty niggas begging. Hold on. This ain't heaven. This is a musty hell. What is this? Bruh. I need money, nigga. Okay, yeah. Come on now. I'm not beating up on everybody, but we're gonna have to stop the bullshit. We're gonna have to stop the bullshit.
Stop the cap.
You see? And we've given a lot of them a pass because there's been this fear of breaking ranks. There's like an unwritten rule within marginalized groups. You don't air dirty laundry in public, and criticizing any janky stuff coming from continental Africans. That's, oh, you're providing ammunition for the white supremacists. Oh, and there's this desire for unconditional kinship. As foundational Black Americans, we know how to have a kinship with each other here. So we think, okay, we can have a broader kinship with the people over there. You understand? And we don't want to accept the fact that a lot of them not only have prejudices against each other there, that's why there's so many tribal groups, some of those same prejudices are hitting us as well. You see? We got to understand that. And the thing is, if Africa is acknowledged as a flawed place with people who can be hostile and exploitive, that psychological escape route from American racism is compromised. See, this is why we understand this delineation movement that we're having now. That erases that, because we understand this is our homeland here. We have phenomenal people here. We have our great ancestors who stood in business and fought for us to live a comfortable life here, and we're putting respect on it. So we don't need a psychological escape route. You can go down south and go look at your family's grave and give respect and honor to them and see all the phenomenal things that they've done for us here. Our ancestors built HBCUs for us. Our ancestors had hundreds of thousands of patents that they created in this country. Our ancestors created every music genre in this country. Our ancestors created all of the cuisine in American culture. They've already done phenomenal things here that we can respect. We don't have to skip over them, and we're not going to skip over these phenomenal people, because we're trained to skip over them and look at some ancient kingdom in Africa that's supposed to be Wakanda and Zamunda and all that shit. That's why every time they do movies about Africa, it's always something in somewhat of a fantasy realm. That plays on some of those old desires that we had. But the thing is, a lot of us start going over there and seeing what the real deal is. Not to crap on the people, but we see what the real deal is, and then we see how certain people act when they get here. Everybody ain't on code. Everybody's not on some utopia. We all need to get together. We see that there's a lot of people out for themselves. And when we be honest, it's always been like that, because they have not gotten on code over there. Yeah? So let's be very, very real. Let's talk with the family in here. And we're not going to beat up on nobody, but we're just going to have to talk real. Yeah, it's been a false advertisement. Yeah, man. We go over there, and what happens, FBAs go over there and get scammed left and right, and then you wake up after you got scammed. Yeah. And I ain't saying all, everybody over there is janky. I ain't saying that, but yeah, we've gotten wake-up calls. Yeah, we've gotten some wake-up calls, and yeah, we don't need a fantastic, idealistic Akon City view of Africa to want to run to. No, we good. We're good. We're good. That's why everybody's coming over here. The heaven is here among foundational Black Americans. That's where it's popping. Easy. That's the only place it's popping for Black people globally is here among us, foundational Black Americans. That's where it's popping.
Erasing history is something that you have.
And you got Queen Nzinga, who was a mammy, who was a slaving, who was an enslaver mammy. Ma'am, you're projecting. Ma'am, you got Queen Nzinga as your profile, who is a sellout mammy, and that represents you. Ma'am, only thing is broke is your flip-flops running over here. All right? That's the only thing broke. You got Queen Nzinga as your profile picture, who was a sellout mammy slave trader. All right? Who was up here working with the damn white tea supremacists to enslave people. That's who you are. All right? That's why your homeland failed, because of those Nzingas who participated in the damn slave trade. You come from complete failure, ma'am. Don't come over here whining to us. Yeah, that's who they look up to, ladies and gentlemen. That's their mindset. That's who they look up to. Other sellouts. Come on now. They're mad at us for delineating. Come on, we can't do anything. The hell we can. We stopping some of your musty cousins from coming over here. We're sure stopping that. That's why y'all so mad. You understand? That's why you so mad. Oh yeah, we're stopping a whole bunch of that stuff. That's why y'all want us to be African so bad. Why y'all want us to be African so bad? We ain't doing nothing to you. See, y'all got a lot of smoke for foundational Black Americans. All we're doing is minding. We're telling you, hey man, just do you. We're gonna just focus on our lineage over here, and that got y'all all twisted. That got y'all all twisted. You up here talking about, you got Angola. I don't know if she's from Angola or this woman was from Haiti. And going back to the Haitian lady talking crap about us, these people talk all that grease about us, what we ain't running and controlling, and y'all getting smacked around by the Dominicans over there in Hispaniola. Yeah, you up there at the Dominican border getting popped in the head with an empanada. They're not letting you over there. They're smacking you around left and right. Oh yeah, I went there. Yes, I did. I did go there. Yes, I did. Yeah, y'all got all that lip for us. We're the only people who help your ass. You at the border of the damn Dominican Republic getting hit in the face with a damn chimichanga. They ain't letting you over. But you got all that mouth for us. Talking about who ain't running nothing. You ain't running nothing, but running over here up under us. You understand me? Come on now. With Queen Nzinga as your profile picture. The hell out of here. Queen Nzinga was a sellout. Let's talk about it. Y'all ain't got no Harriet Tubman. See, that's why, let me tell you something. I ain't being mean, but we're going to talk. You're going to talk crazy, we're going to talk real. Yeah, F Nzinga. That mammy. There was a famous story where she met up with, I think she met with the Portuguese, met with one of them, and they wouldn't even give her musty ass a chair. She had to make one of them Sambos bend over and act as a human chair so she could sit down because they wouldn't give her ass a chair. And they think that's a source of pride. No, they knew she wasn't one. That was them letting them know what they felt about her. Yeah, look up the history of her. Yeah, y'all got histories of real. You ain't no wins. That's why I need a generic so that y'all can leech off of our wins. Because when we take our wins off the table, yeah, your scoreboard is looking real empty. You see? Your scoreboard is looking real damn empty. That's why your ass is right over here up under us. Now, let me see who we got here. Hop on in here. Man. Let's see who we got. Let's see who we got. Y'all raise your hand. Yeah, she gonna sit up here talking about us with Queen Nzinga in her damn profile. That sellout mammy was a damn slave, one of the main slave traders over there. Then they start rounding her folks up. Come on now.
Yeah, so where we at? We're right here. Speaking of Queen Nzinga, right? I did a live on that the other day. And yeah, man, we're gonna talk about Tipu Tip and Queen Nzinga. Make sure you guys like the video. Okay, let me see what the likes are at. We should be yeah, the like. Come on, family. Now y'all know when y'all come to this channel, no disrespect in my house. This is actually our house, right? I'm the host, but no disrespect in his house. Family, like the damn video.
No disrespect in my house, in my house, in my house, in my
No disrespect in the house. You gotta like the video.
None at all. Visitors should be thankful, but don't come at all. Come at all. No disrespect in my house.
No disrespect in FBA News and Updates house or any FBA channel. Let me see if we got any ops in the chat. Any ops, anybody who disagrees with anything we say, click that link.
Where were the bros when we exposed King and Leopold? Where were the vision for righteous when we fought for laws that made your mind?
All right, so no disrespect in the house. Go ahead and like the video. And let me talk about this Queen Nzinga lady. All right. Then we're going to get to John Henry Clark and what he got to say about the African slave trade. Queen Nzinga, right? Who was this mammy? Okay. She ruled Ndongo and later Matamba, right? Not Matumbo, Matamba. That's modern Angola. Remember that Angolan tether? I was going to play him too, but nah, that guy's annoying. So she ruled in Ndongo and later Matamba, two different places, which is now modern Angolan or Angola in the 1600s. She was born in 1583, but she ruled. That woman damn near ruled for 40 years. She ruled from 1624 to 1663. Damn near lived to be 100 years old. She is famous for fighting Portuguese expansion, right? But her relationship with slavery is more complicated than these Pan-African fantasy myths, right? So the region she ruled, Angola, was the single largest source of slaves sent to Brazil during the Atlantic slave trade. She sent out 13,000 slaves annually, okay? The Portuguese colony of Luanda was a major export hub, right? So you got a lot of historians like Linda Haywood and John Thornton confirm this, right? Her kingdom took war captives, so she took people. She kidnapped people. She stole people, not the white T-man. And then she sold them captives to the Portuguese and Dutch traders. She used captives as soldiers and laborers. So she made them get down and lay down, basically. And then when she felt like it, she'll sell some, right? So Matamba eventually became a slave trading state. So her region that she dominated and ruled ended up becoming a slave trading state. This was big business for her. She became the plug. She was the plug. She was, you ever study like flipping houses? The person who finds the buyer and the seller and they have to sign a contract and make a little money in the back end. You dig? That is who she was, sort of. Now, some of her allies, such as Mbangala warrior groups, were notorious for raiding villages and selling captives. Raiding is a more academic name for kidnapping, stole, or took. Okay, so her and Bangala warrior groups were notorious for raiding villages and selling captives, right? So she did the kidnapping and the selling. The white man did the buying. Okay, she was double dipping. No, Queen Nzinga did not fight to stop Portugal hand in slavery. Okay, she fought the Portuguese mainly over political sovereignty, control of the slave trade, right? Portuguese interference in Ndongo politics. Mind your business, white T man. She was on Portuguese support of rival African rulers. So the Portuguese like, all right, well, shit, I'm gonna go at your ops, put a bat in their back, and we're gonna team up against your goofy ass. So the Portuguese were not just traders, right? They were trying to turn Ndongo into a colony, keyword trying, to turn Ndongo to focus on you're focused. They want no story, dig? So at times in Zinga, fought Portuguese slave raids, right? The Portuguese said, man, we're going to do it ourselves. Let's go in there and start kidnapping some of these people for ourselves. She said, the hell you are, not my clock. You going to pay me. You dig? I do all this. Any money going around here, I want in. She allied with the Dutch. Guess what? Now that was some witty stuff. The Portuguese is allying with Queen Nzinga ops, warring against her. Was she allied with the Dutch, who were Portuguese ops? Now, I ain't gonna lie, that was remarkable. I'm gonna give her that. Still a devil. She traded captives that she captured herself, right? So the conflict was not about anti-slavery versus pro-slavery. It was about who controlled the political economy of the region. And Nzinga didn't fight the Portuguese because she opposed slavery. She fought them because she opposed Portuguese control of her kingdom and her trade networks. Like I said, any money going down over here, she wants in, and she would smack off somebody kufi if they tried to go around her. Now, what about Tipu Tip? He was born in 1837. Sometime later, right? The region was Zanzibar, Congo Basin. Okay, Tipu Tip was a Swahili Arab merchant, ivory trader, and slave trader. He operated East and Central Africa in the late 1800s. So Tipu Tip's role in slavery, he ran large slave and ivory trading networks across the Congo Basin. His caravans captured or purchased slaves inland, marched them to Zanzibar markets, sold them to Arab traders or plantation owners. All right. So many captives were sent to Zanzibar plantations, Arabia, Persia, Indian Ocean markets. All right. So he was not involved necessarily in the transatlantic slave trade. Nope. By the time Tipu Tip was active, the transatlantic slave trade was already declining in 1800. Remember, it was abolished in 1808. Britain had begun suppressing Atlantic slave shipping, right? They was like, nah, we good. So his trade was part of the Indian Ocean, Arab slave trade, not the Atlantic one, just for the record. He controlled huge caravan routes through Congo Basin, Tanzania, Eastern DRC. So European explorers like Henry Morton Stanley even worked with him. Tipu Tip. Later, he was appointed governor of Stanley Falls under the Congo Free State. Wait a minute. This is a little bit after that King Leopold stuff. Tipu Tip wasn't part of the Atlantic slave trade. He was a major player in the Indian Ocean slave trade center in Zanzibar. So remember, Queen Nzinga was the 1600s. Tipu Tip was the 1800s, 200 years later, basically. Queen Nzinga dominated Angola, right, West Central Africa. Tipu Tip was involved in East Africa, the Congo, all right. And Queen Nzinga's slave trade is called the slave trade she was involved with is the Atlantic slave trade, and Tipu Tip enslavement was called the Indian Ocean slave trade, something that we're not too familiar with. All right, now, Queen Nzinga relationships with the white man. She fought Portuguese, but also traded captives with the Portuguese, and she worked for Dutch. Right, Tipu Tip worked with Europeans and Arabs. You dig? So Queen Nzinga, you know, she protected her kingdom for her own selfish reasons. She wanted power, and Tipu Tip, he was out there doing what he doing for profit and trade networks. All right. So Europeans created the global plantation demand. African elites sometimes captured and sold slaves. Arab and Swahili traders ran Indian Ocean slave markets, right? So different regions had different systems, but all intersected. The Atlantic slave trade was not run by one group alone, not the white man alone. No, 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 no. Europeans created the global demand, but African elites, the chiefs, the kings, the king of Zamundas, they supplied captives, and American plantations consumed the labor. They all were involved. Now, let's hear from John Henry Clark. What do he got to do with this? He's a historian, right? And he likes to talk about different things. He doesn't always tell the truth about different things, but you know, like in his own words, he will suppress information if it makes someone he likes in his history or antiquity looks bad. Okay, look bad. He said he will suppress information like the white man do their heroes if he felt like some information makes his heroes look bad. Okay, so just off that, when I was aware of that, I was like, okay, I can't really trust this guy like that. You dig? Can't trust him. Not like that. That means all your work is questionable. In my mind, not even worthy of my eyes to look at. Because now I got to wonder what's fabricated and what's suppressed. You feel me? Hold on. So let's get to some Henry Clark stuff. Okay, so, let's get to your boy, Henry Clark. Let's pull up his video. I want to get right to it. All right. Let's get to okay. Okay. All right. So right about here. Right about here. Listen to your boy John Henry Clark speak about the African slave trade. Tell us what you know.
The question arises, why the African in this traffic?
You know what? It might be best that I show it because his audio is horrendous. All right, let me make the caption bigger. Shit. How you do that? Caption is slow. I think it's here. Nope. Let me make the caption bigger. Damn it. Okay, I think I see it. Okay, I see it. I see. Okay, I got it, family. Check it out. I'm gonna play the video. Hold on. Here we are. Check it out.
Why the enslavement of the African as against other people in the world? Why not the Asians? There were more of them. Why not other people? Well, it seems that the African suffered something then that he suffers now
Here we are.
A kind of political naivete, and he had no knowledge of the strangers visiting his land. He began to invite the strangers to dinner.
Stop the cap.
To assume that the strangers had to.
So the innocent African invited the stranger, the white man, to dinner,
He
right?
began to assume like the strangers visiting his.
The innocent Africans had no idea the stranger. I'm not sure if you just know about Africans in the white man
He began to
context.
invite the strangers to dinner. He began to assume that the strangers had the same human qualities that he had.
Now, keep in mind, this is the 1600s. So the same human quality that this guy had, he was selling his own people, right? So he was selling people, right? So, but he assumed the white man had the same. If those are human qualities, then yes, he had the same as them. They knew that there was a system for this type of treatment, right? So if those are called human qualities, yeah, they had the same human qualities. They were down slave trading, same human qualities.
Had the same human qualities that he had. They came as guests and stayed as conquerors. The wholesale murder and disappearance of the people Christopher Columbus called Indians made it a necessity to recruit a new labor supply for the opening up of what is called the New World. So the business got underway, mostly initiated by Spain and Portugal. Then, with the ear of the paper trade, and part with the sanction of the paper trade. This condition continued for almost 100 years, this Portuguese and Spanish domination of the trade. The Scandinavians entered the trade, had some success, but because the Scandinavian countries were so far away from their base in Africa, they had difficulty being supplied or resupplied. England had a difference of opinion with the Catholic Church and did not enter the trade until that difference of opinion was settled.
All right, hold on right there. So already he's framing Africans were too trusting and hospitable, right? They're inviting Europeans for dinner. This is what I'm talking about, family. This narration does not tell the honest truth. He's romanticizing Africa, right? This framing suggests Africans were innocent. They were innocent victims of politeness, right? Their kindness got taken for weakness, basically. While really in reality, African rulers were often hard-nosed political actors. John Clark. Okay, so you were not honest right there, my guy.
Stop the cap.
Okay. Examples: Kingdom of Benin regulated European trade strictly. Congo kings, Congo with a K. Congo kings negotiated treaties with Portugal. Dahomey and Oyo ran organized slave export systems, right? Africans weren't naive dinner hosts, as John Henry Clark will try to get you to believe. They were trading partners. They had a joint venture with these white tea people. They had a LLP, you dig? Limit liability partnership. They had a LLC, multi-membership LLC with the white tea man. Okay, they were business partners. John Henry Clark, not not an innocent people being naive and inviting the devil to dinner. Stop it. uh, they were trading partners, competitors, and sometimes collaborators, right? Africans didn't get enslaved because they were too nice and invited Europeans for dinner. John Clark, you got to stop. Many African states negotiated, taxed, and regulated the trade like any other commercial power. Tariq Nasheed already explained how Africa charged them tax and rent to build their colonies and things like that while they waited on supplies. Okay, so let's go.
Opinion was really settled by England adopting Protestantism and creating the embryo of the Church of England that grew into a great institution, also with its rationale for being in the trade. Now, the trade would last in some form for over 300 years, starting in the 1400s, ending early in the 1900s. This trade would drain Africa of its finest manhood and womanhood, of its finest resources. This is described most graphically in the best-known book by the late Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. It was no favor to the Africans at all. They were in one of the cruelest binds of history, a bind where they either had to surrender their neighbor or become a slave themselves. In the east coast of Africa, the Arab slave trade had started. The Arab slave trade started 600 years before.
Yeah, we're not interested in the Arab slave trade, right? So that's another thing that they like to do. They like to redirect slave trading away from their role and start talking about somebody else. They'll say, with the white man, he financed the ships and it was everything. The system was his. Bro, nobody's arguing that, man. We're talking about your role in the slave trade. That's it. Your role. That's all. We're the detectives. We're interrogating you. We already interrogated the Arabs. We already interrogated the white T man. We got their stories. Now we're trying to get yours. And you keep talking about them. You again, you're snitching. That's okay. John Clark is dry snitching on the Arabs. Gotcha. The white T man. Okay, now it's time to now we need you to snitch on the third party who was involved. All right, so that was. Let me see if I got anything there. If I got anything else there. Let me see. Because he started to cap a little bit. Outside the romanticizing, the video's all right, but why watch a video where you got romanticism, right? Why not just watch a video where just tell you the truth? So people be thinking like, all right, if it's a white, I'm gonna watch it because a black man is talking. Well, as you can see, sometimes the white T man will give more truth and be more honest than the black man, like John Clark. He's pretty much proximity tethering at this point. All right, so now let me look at let me pull up another video of your peoples. So that was one video right there. Get another video. Hold on one second. Damn it. Keep going away. Get back over there. Okay, here we are. I was in the wrong folder. Oh my God. So, okay, all right, I got it. So it's not gonna let me do that. Cool, got you. I see what type of time this folder is on. Keep kicking me out. Okay. What about this video? What about this video? Is this video the other one? Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see if this is the other video. I got it. I got a couple, and I bookmarked a couple of them. All right. Now let's see. Okay, I don't. Okay, I think this is like the other one. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. What is this right here?
They were visiting African royalty, gave them presents, and let them go home. So the concept of enslavement hadn't reached the mind of Europe at the time. So when you study the years between the Portuguese entry, 1438 and 1492, there was very little slave traffic because no one had found any massive work for the slave to do. Then you study the rehearsal for the slave trade on the island of Madeira in the Canaries, where they experimented with the raising of certain crops that they would later transfer to the New World. Now we find people trying to find massive work for the slave to do. But until the opening up of the New World and the failure of European labor, there was no massive slave trade because there was no massive need for large numbers of people to be enslaved. And another thing you need to take into consideration is that the European was no great respecter of Europeans. Poor classes of Europeans would have been enslaved had they worked out physically. But many of these Europeans, because they had been treated so poorly, did not hold up health-wise. And a factor that needs to be taken into consideration that whatever the conditions of the Africans were, they were physically pretty good specimens. Whatever they did not have, they did have enough to eat, enough to wear, and pretty good housing because their bodies were very durable under these dreadful circumstances while the Europeans died wholesale. So they experiment in using European labor, and they would have used European labor if they could have, did not work out. So there was no transfer of slaves of consequence in the interim years between the Portuguese entry until after 1492 in the scramble for land in the New World. Then an unfortunate incident happened in Africa itself. A misinterpretation of an African change of labor in an incident of servitude that was interpreted as slavery. Many Africans in skirmishes and in wars, when Africans captured in wars with other Africans, would make certain Africans work off a period of indenture as payment for having lost the war. Sometimes Africans would accumulate surplus labor, and not having more surplus labor than he could use, he would farm his labor off to other Africans who happen to need it.
You're talking about the African chiefs or the African kings?
African kings and chiefs. The word chiefs is not an African name. The British created the word in order to keep from referring to an African as a king, keep from equating them with European royalty. And we know that the word chief is really a word to downgrade the African royalty, to keep from equating them with European royalty. Actually, the word king is not also, it's also not an African word.
Hey, bro, just get to the goddamn question, my god. Damn.
But the word king was, the name actually was not, even today, the king, the head senior person in royalty is a Santahini.
Yes.
Just add the word Hini, and that becomes his name like the group. We've been so Europeanized. We think that we absolutely must use European words for things. All right, now my main point here.
All right, well, you just keep using African words, and you won't be speaking English any longer. All right?
Is that the need was created by the European scramble for land in the New World.
All right, hold it right there. Okay, let's do some fact checking. So Africans had servitude, but not slavery, right? So he's going to rest his hat on that one, right? So that's his way of minimizing Africa's role, right? Okay, whatever, man. All right. He said African societies only had indentured labor or servitude, not slavery. However, African slavery existed in multiple forms, Mr. Clark. Domestic slavery, war captives, or you could say war slavery, pawn ship systems, pawn ship slavery, slave markets in Sahelian empires. All right. So major slave societies existed, Mr. Clark. You ever heard of Mali, Songhai, Oyo, Dahomey, Congo with a K? So even historian John Thornton, African and Africans in the Making of the Atlantic World, confirms this. Right. So we got real historians who keep it G. African slavery usually was not race-based, Clark. They allowed social mobility, did not permanently dehumanize entire populations. Okay? But that don't mean it wasn't slavery. It was slavery, my guy. African slavery wasn't identical to plantation slavery, if that was your point, Mr. Clark. Nobody says that. But slavery in Africa absolutely existed. So pretending it didn't exist doesn't help history. I know help you to omit history, make African history look better. All you did was replace one myth, one white man myth with an African man myth. That's all you did. So you're not cleaning up history, my guy. You're not countering whitewashing history, right? You're just replacing whitey romanticized history with African romanticized history. Okay. Africans were indeed in the slave trade as well. All right. So let them keep going. I'm going to talk yourself to another hole. Where you at?
At first, the contest was between Spain and Portugal with the sanction of the Catholic Church. The church was the major authority in the Europe of that day. England had some difficulty with and so that for England was outside for the first 100, maybe almost for the first 150 years. And so England ran errands in the trade without being in the center of the trade. To the rewriting of the history of Africa, and it gives you the documents dealing with slave trade in the Indian Ocean. Now, if you study the Nigerian woman, Madam Tenebu, who was in the trade for local consumption, and when she discovered that the people that she was capturing and using for local consumption were being taken out of Africa, not returned, she began a war on the trade and fought the trade to a standstill and fought all the
so the kings were involved. Okay, all right. The white man asked that earlier. You
including the
deflected.
king.
Okay.
All the kings in the business, including the king of then Abukudu. And this is well recorded. And part of the story that there was a man asking for her hand because her husband had been killed, asking for her hand in marriage. And she told him that she had a man's work to do and she was not a woman until she finished it. And her job, she considered to be, is to pull from the throne every king in the slave trade. And when the last one was no longer king, she turned to the man that had been asking for her hand in marriage and said, okay, I will marry you.
Boy.
I'm a woman. Now I'm a woman. I finished the man's work, so now I'm a woman. Married him and went to a place called Jos in Nigeria. But I think the slave trade or the conditions of servitude between Africans and Africans that a whole lot of people have interpreted as slavery, which wasn't slavery.
What was it?
And a lot of people have used it as an excuse for slavery. Need to be explained. Because these conditions of servitude existed as feudalism in Europe, between Europeans and Europeans, and were far worse. And were not called slavery.
You don't call it slavery. Yeah, you are.
Now, I'm not justifying it. All servitude is bad, no matter who is doing it, no matter what the people are. There's no justification
Sure, you're justifying
for
it.
any people using the labor of another people cheaply or for nothing.
The Arab slave trade was just as vicious as the English slave trade in Africa.
If not more so, but I'll tell you a difference. The Arabs were better businessmen. The Arabs
All right, hold on. All right,
the
we don't
slave.
want to. Here we go. The Arabs. Oh my God, that slavery was so much better than European slavery. All right, so what we don't want to do is omit Africa out of slavery, which sounds like your boy is doing. All right. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that local servitude in a second. You dig? We don't like that lion stuff. Okay, give me a second. So, right there. Yeah, my man capping hard. He got his gown and cap on. All right, so let me go ahead and do. He does a lot of capping, trying to get. All right. He's jumping around, trying to get him to stay around the 1700. He's quick to jump to the 1800s. You got to watch him. You got to watch anybody who talks about the transatlantic slave trade and they run to the 1800s. No. Keep them in the 15, 16, 1700s. Because then they're forced to deal with Africa's role. All right, so that one. So let me see this. Let's see if I got what I want over here. Around over here should be. So, Mr. Clark. This might be right here. Let me see. This is it. Let me see what Mr. Clark got to say here.
At first. Now, once this was challenged by the coming of the European did not come to Africa looking for land at first. He came looking for trade at first. Legitimate trade to the point where the slave trade really wasn't necessary. The Europeans were using and enslaving other Europeans. And had that system of slavery worked out, the enslavement of the African would not have been massive.
Dr. Clark, let me ask you, I wanted to clarify Africans' role in world events at that time.
No, Africans had played a major role. See, it is hard for a lot of people to imagine, but Africa, up until the Greek and Roman invasion, Africa was the center of the world.
That's what I want to.
It was the commercial center of the world. It was the intellectual center of the world.
Oh, damn.
It was the culture center of the world.
Here we go.
It was the supply. It was the world's last great geographical reserve. Romans, the first foreigners of any consequence. But all
right, come on now. Start with the romanticizing. All right. Okay, so let's see. What do you guys see right here?
Either tending cattle or doing something. Some groups built up a surplus of labor. The Africans had no big ships.
Hold on, family. All right, so here we go. All right. Minimizing Africa's role. Look at the title. Look at the subtitle across his face. This is what people want to believe. Africans were not involved in the slave trade. This is the title across the video. So look, Dr. John, this is the title of the video. Not his video. This is what they renamed it. Dr. John Henry Clark explains the lies of Africans selling their own people into slavery. Africans were not involved in the slave trade. So I ain't making this stuff up, family. That you got a bunch of tethers and Pan-African weirdos going around repeating this lie.
Groups built up a surplus of labor. The Africans had no big ships to take from Africans down the coast.
We know that the ships were for people buying. It was not for people selling, okay? A big ship, family, you could look at a big ship like an 18-wheeler pulling up to the dock of a warehouse. Walmart, Costco, you dig, to buy something and load it onto the, you dig, the truck. So the ship is like an 18-wheeler in that sense. They're coming to pick up packages, people. All right. We never said Africans owned the ships. The ships were for those who are buying, who are receiving. The 18-wheeler that backs up to the dock, the ship that comes to the ports, they are receiving something. They are the receivers. They're Randy Moss, okay?
So he knew a king further down who needed some labor. Now that the Portuguese are there, he hired some of the Portuguese to take these Africans from one part of Africa and another. Now the European is interpreting this as meaning the African was in the slave trade. The African was not in the slave trade, and you let people beat you over the head with nonsense because you have not studied African culture to understand that the nature of African servitude, one to the other, had no relationship to the slave trade, that the slave trade was the greatest holocaust, the greatest drainage on a people in the history of the world. Africans had no ships that he could connect 3 continents. And even if the African was in the slave trade, he could not have brought it off. He didn't have a ship that would hold 100 people along the coast.
Okay, so because Africans did not own a ship, he said that. You heard it from his own mouth. I let it play out. I didn't pause. I didn't stop. Because I want to clip that. This is their favorite. This is the Pan-Africans' favorite historian lying. Y'all heard it for yourself. Africans were not involved in the slave trade, and his logic is because they didn't own a ship. Again, the ship is for the people buying, not kidnapping, not selling. It's to receive something and bring it back to their warehouse, to their country. Okay? To their colonies. This is the worst logic, and I'm ashamed at John Henry Clark for concluding such a conclusion, because Africans did not own ships. They were not involved in the slave trade. John Henry Clark, we never said they were the buyers. We said they were the sellers. Now, I know you came across Queen Nzinga. I know you came across Tipu Tip, the homie tribe, and everybody else. I know you know about the kings, the chiefs, whatever you want to call them, the elites of Africa selling for centuries their enslaved, their captives to Europeans, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and whoever else. You know that. This is embarrassing. Okay, we got them. We got them. One more time.
History of the world had no relation to this. Portuguese are there. He hired some of the Portuguese to take these Africans from one part of Africa and another. Now the European is interpreting this as meaning the African was in the slave trade. The African was not in the slave trade, and you let people beat you over the head with nonsense because you have not studied African culture to understand that the nature of African servitude, one to the other, had no relationship to the slave trade. That the slave trade was the greatest holocaust, the greatest drainage on a people in the history of the world. Africans had no ships that he could connect 3 continents. And even if the African was in the slave trade, he could not have brought it off.
But you can't consider both. He either wasn't involved or he was. You can't come back and say, well, and if he was, so basically if you debunk me, it wasn't his system. We're not saying it was his system. We're not saying he was the orchestrator. We're not saying the whole thing was his idea. We're saying that he supplied the demand. The demand was people, labor in the millions, tens of millions, and Africa said, I got you. I just need some alcohol. So that song, Blame It on the Alcohol, T-Pain must be African, okay? Because that was a perfect song for an excuse by Africans. Blame it on the alcohol. All right. So alcohol, guns, some booger sugar, K2, and some other high. You dig? They trying to get lit. Fentanyl, whatever you got, give me that. Give me. These were the first meth addicts. You dig? Substance abusers. Give me alcohol for people. And you can take as many as you want. That's crazy. And give us guns to keep this going. We could keep slave raiding other countries to take on their people. Let's call them war captives. We ain't even at war with them. But just supplies with guns to overcome other African kingdoms to keep the supply for the demand. So when 1808 happened and the British Empire said, all right, we're abolishing slavery, man, those Africans were hot. How dare you? You betrayed us. You had a contract of 1,000 years. We wanted to clean house, sell you all these bastards, all these niggas. Family, this is your boy, John Henry Clark, exposed. Here only, FBA News and Updates. A liar in your face. A liar in your face. He just lied to you and said Africans were not involved in the slave trade.
He didn't have a ship that would hold 100 people along the coast. Most of big fishing boats and river boats. So he could never have brought off anything as massive as the Western slave trade.
This is why nobody calls in. Nobody with these doctor degrees, all these Dr. Ruxpins, all these Dr. Aunt Jemima Mayat pancake syrup bottle people. This is why they don't call in. All right? They invite everybody else under the sun. But they know we got the receipts. We got you, man. We got you, man. This is your leader. This is your holy angel.
Couldn't have done it if he wanted to. Didn't have the facility anyway. I am not saying Africans were right in imprisoning their in holding their prisoners of war.
This is why, if y'all remember,
and making their prisoners of war work for them.
And the tether, Tariq Nasheed was like, "Well, I'm standing in a slave dungeon, right? What you mean?" And the tether said, "Nah, they were just holding people there. They were not selling people." You see who's the root of this misinformation? Your boy. Sion gaining. I mean, why got to be a gain? Like, what do teachers gain when they teach their students? What do you gain? The gain is you want people to be educated. And in my case, this is FBA News, right? News and Updates. I'm updating you guys. So I always said I'm a YouTube journalist. Sion can click the link, or you don't have to. You don't got to click the link. He should, but you don't have to. But I'm a YouTube journalist. This is part of my journalism. Sometimes I do exposés. Okay, and listen, bro, you got to sleep with this right now. Not me. I already know this. You have to sleep with your historian lying to you. Where now you got to second guess all of his work. This is what you got to rest on. You're going to thank me later. So some of these guys who, now I get it, because this is their trusted source. They think he's like Jesus to them. as Christians look at Jesus as the word, they look at this guy as the word of history. So I get it. This one hurts. It's irrefutable, undeniable proof. I got it here on FBA News and Updates. Y'all got to hold the L. You got to hold the L. You got to hold the L. Okay? This is called holding the L, but you'll get over it. And you'll thank me in a couple months or a couple years. You're going to come back and say, yo, FBA News and Updates. Look, I'm going to send you some donations, whatever it might be. It might be 30 cents. It might be $100, whatever it is. You're going to thank me and you're going to appreciate this information because it's going to help you get that monkey off your back. Okay? Helping you finally breathe again. Like that song, that Tony Braxton. You can finally breathe. You can no longer hold your breath. You're not obligated to hold your breath no more. You can finally breathe again. Okay? You can breathe again, Tony Braxton. You can exhale and be you can be a proud foundational Black American. I relieved you from Pan-Africanism. And I don't think you want to be a part of that anymore anyway. You ain't have an excuse, but now you got one. You go back and play this to them and tell them to justify this. But before you play it to them, before you give them the alley-oop, first ask them, hey, man, what is Africa's role in slavery? Do you think they were kidnapping and selling Africans at all, or, enslaved people to Europeans? Just ask them and see if they can be honest there. Now, they're going to minimize it, but the fact that they say it happened to a small degree, that's all you need, because this guy said it never happened. Peace, Chad.
Peace. No, I just clicked the link because Sion said every time he clicked the link, it don't work. I just want to show him that it worked. So that's all. I'm gonna drop down and let you cook. I just wanted to show Sion that the link
What
works.
you think?
Come on.
What you think, though? Have you ever heard this confession before?
No, I've heard it before, but I really didn't pay attention to it because I still hold John Henrick Clark to a certain degree. But yo, you hurt my heart right now,
bro. I'm helping you guys be proud. Be proud. I'm helping you guys to stand on straight truth. It's going to hurt. I get it. That's why I'm sympathetic to Sion. I'm not trying to beat him up. I understand. These people look at.
I watched these tapes growing up with my pops.
Right.
Yeah. But and I'm pretty sure I heard this before, but I never looked at it through the eyes of a grown man. I looked at it through the eyes of a child, thinking that everything that your father's telling you is what it is. When you grow up, you develop opinions and thoughts of your own. And so the way you presenting this is irrefutable. If you refute this, then that means you're in denial. And yo, there's nothing else to really tell you. But like I said, I'm gonna drop down. I just click the link to show Sion that the link does actually work.
And I just put the phone number in the chat as well. And World Chatters, $3 super chat donation. Lineage love in the building. He says knowledge is essential. We got Black Star 3697 says, what was the movie Woman King? The history the woman warriors take African slaves sold unalive and burned them. Yeah, I actually covered that earlier, and I covered that in full depth. You can look at the video links. Yeah, you could see Queen Nzinga there, and Tariq Nasheed gave his take. But Queen Nzinga, just real brief. Queen Nzinga was she was pretty smart though. I ain't gonna lie, she was smart. So the Portuguese, they didn't want to deal with her. They wanted to just kidnap their own people from Africa and enslave them and bring them to America or wherever, to Portugal, and enslave them. She was like, nah. Now she's wrong too, but she's like, nah. I will kidnap you. I will kidnap them for you. You just gotta pay me. You ain't allowed to go around. I'm the plug. You dig? I'm big. What's his name? Big X the plug.
Yeah.
That was Queen Nzinga.
You could kidnap everybody but my family.
Right.
When the family was kidnapped, she made sure she got them back.
Yeah, now that was a movie, but in real life, she ain't want them touching nobody. You pay me to round up everybody. So the Portuguese had went around her and went to other rival tribes and warred with her. and she wanted to smoke, but she was clever. She pulled their own stunt on them. She aligned herself with the Dutch, the Portuguese op. You dig? That was pretty smart. I ain't gonna lie.
But you
Like
know,
that was a clever maneuver.
but you know what I like though? I could watch a whole Tariq Nasheed video because it usually comes on like first thing in the morning
Yeah.
from the night before. But I just like hearing your take on it.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, your breakdowns be thorough and on point.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
peace to the room, peace to Donnie, and I'll drop down. I'll be back later.
All right. Okay. Thank you. We got another person in the queue. Well, they're not in the queue no more. They're on the panel. How you doing? What's your name?
Hello, you talking to me, Ron?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, man. Listen, man. This is my first time ever calling into one of your broadcasts, man.
All right.
I think you are brilliant at what you do, man. I really
thank you, bro.
Appreciate everything that you do for foundational Black Americans, and you're a very talented young brother. I wanted to ask you this, Ron. Are you aware of Dr. Henrick Clark ever saying something to the effect of Africans have been navigating their way around the world? Like, you get that question that I'm trying to ask you, brother?
Yeah. I'm not sure if he has a video on that.
Okay, because the only reason why I ask, because if he ever taught that, that would really kind of go
I got you. Yeah. That will cook the Pan-Africans. I got you.
Yeah, and it would like really substantiate what you just pointed out. You get what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, this is fascinating stuff, man. And I'm not going to stay up long, but I'm a huge Dr. Henrick Clark fan. My older sister, back in the day, she used to bring him, to her college, to speak lectures and all that stuff. She has old school pictures with him and everything. But right is right and wrong is wrong. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So brilliant work, brother. And I'm gonna keep looking into this, like what you and Flex said about, what Flex said about the Africans selling Africans and what you just, showed us tonight, man. Like I said, it's fascinating stuff. Because at the end of the day, we just want to get to the truth. That's all.
That's all.
All right. Thank you, brother, for everything you do, Ron.
Thank you, bro.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you. Yes, man. If he did not say this, like I wouldn't say it. Like Ben Johannes, whatever his name is, I never said he said something he ain't say. You feel me? Like if I say they said it, I'm gonna play it. Now I might dangle the meat in front of people's heads just to get somebody to jump out the window. I might say something and purposely don't present the proof just to get somebody to jump out the roof. I'm trying to get one of these big dogs because they're so afraid to call in and challenge me that they're waiting to see if I mess up, blunder, and then they'll call in, gotcha, bitch, and try to embarrass me. So sometimes I say something and don't give context or proof just so one of these guys could jump out the window and call in. And I would love for a Dr. Aunt Your Mama, my syrup bottle type person to call in. You dig? And try to do a gotcha. Because she's been all over the place. She's Freedman, FBA, she's an African American and anti-FBA. She is up and down. She got a dyslexic personality. You dig? Okay, so let's finish with this Jesus, to some people, historian who's lying, got caught lying.
I'm saying that they made a symbolic mistake and a tactical mistake when they hired the Portuguese to take captives from one part of Africa to the other and gave the Portuguese the illusion that they were in the same trade and had the same intentions for enslavement as the Portuguese. That was a mistake. It was a mistake because we did not know the European culture and we did not know the European mentality. Didn't know it then, don't know it now. Otherwise, you would behave differently. The Africans came from a society that was collective. The European came from a society that was individual. Two kinds of temperaments, two different people. Now in the Western world, you have become selfish, closed-door individuals. You get in your lonely room to think of something to tell your analyst, but if you had some friends, you wouldn't need any analyst. Because African society was so open, if you couldn't talk to anybody else, you can talk to the village gospelers, who was always available. That was a good drain off. If the concept of slavery was starting in the world, it was a going concern among the Arabs 600 years before the Europeans, and if there were so many people in the world, why the choice of the African as against those other people, collectively more numerous than the African? The question is both ancient and current. Why is Africa more exploited right now than any other continent?
Okay, so let's get that back one more time. Because they're going to say, nah, it wasn't in the proper surplus. They're going to say, nah, it wasn't in the proper context. Okay, so you look at the name of the video one more time.
Of labor. The Africans had no big ships to take from Africans down the coast. So he knew a king further down who needed some labor. Now that the Portuguese are there, he hired some of the Portuguese to take these Africans from one part of Africa and another. Now the European is interpreting this as meaning the African was in the slave trade. The African was not in the slave trade, and you let people beat you over the head with nonsense because you have not studied African culture to understand that the nature of African servitude, one to the other, had no relationship to the slave trade, that the slave trade was the greatest holocaust, the greatest drainage on a people in the history of the world. Africans had no ships that he could connect 3 continents. And even if the African was in the slave trade, he could not have brought it off. He didn't have a ship that would hold 100 people.
So how does this guy sound any different than, hold on. How does this guy sound any different than these low-level tethers? How does he sound any different than these low-level tethers? Explain to me.
Them to slavery as opposed to seeing it as, first of all, why do you believe the white man's history so much? I went to boarding school in Cameroon, and I learned that one of the tactics that they used to get Africans in the slaves in the ships, they stole them literally. No. What's the word? They would come to the chief and say, hey, we just need a couple of men to work for this amount of time, and those men would never come back. I mean, there were so many different sneaky ways that they got people away. Do you think Africans were proud to? Okay, so I would
like to say something as well.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Rashad.
You have the women of Dahomey. They were doing, I think it was 75% of slaves that came through the transatlantic slave trade came straight through there. Matter of fact, they had, if I remember right, they had a tree. They used to have their slaves walk around called the tree of forgetfulness because they didn't want when them slaves died over there, their spirits to come back and haunt them. They were brutal with their tactics, cutting jaws off, killing.
What are your sources? Where are you?
Oh
my God!
Zora Neale Hurston is one of the greatest.
I have never heard that in my life.
Okay.
They were our brothers that were kidnapped. They were our brothers that were kidnapped. We did not sell our brothers. We never sold them to anybody. We were kidnapped and they were lied to, their descendants were lied to that they were sold. No.
Number two, none of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they have taught us, we don't sold it, that your brother sold you. I wasn't there, you weren't there, so we don't even know what truth is. Oh my God! Even if it's the truth, how many years ago have they been? Some of you have forgiven the white man, but you refuse to forgive your so-called brothers who sold you to the white man. I don't believe that story because I wasn't there. Number two, none of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they have taught us, we don't sold it, that your brother sold you. I wasn't there, you weren't there, so we don't even know what truth is. Bruh. And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have they been? Some of you have
slave raiders, who were they? According to your research.
So now here's Tethernew. Listen to Tethernew.
Who were the slave raiders?
Primarily the European. Primarily the European.
Where'd you read that from? Because I read something different.
National Archives and
Okay.
different sources.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, so what about Queen Nzinga? Was she a slave raider?
She participated in the slave trade.
Was she a slave raider? I know she sold slaves, but was she also a slave raider? Did she capture? Did her Angola, on behalf of her, capture blacks and then trade them? Okay, that's what a slave raider is. Okay, cool. Yeah. And wasn't there other surrounding African countries in Central Africa that I could bring up for you, also slave raiders?
Yeah.
Okay, now that was around like 1600, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what year were there European slave raiders?
I mean, the whole entire transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, bro, I need you to find that for me. Now, you're familiar with the transatlantic slave trade, right?
All right, so this is your brother, not your brother. This is your boy, Unc West, leader, cult leader of the pseudo killers. Listen to his take on the slave trade. They all learned from their Jesus of history, John Henry Clark. Listen to him. Now I see where they all get it from. I thought they were just all, goofies that didn't know history. Now, damn, they got it from their leader.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. I heard you use the term. Do you still go by this term? Do you still go by that we were kidnapped?
Yeah, because you got to get kidnapped first to get enslaved.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking. Okay, so now when we were kidnapped, who did the kidnapping?
Dutch, the Portuguese.
There you go. He said the Dutch, the Portuguese, white people. Like Nasheed said, they're just standing over people with a big net in a tree. And when they see a group of people walking, white T man just cast the net down and bring up the capture. No Africans involved at all. The Dutch, listen, family, to say that white T man was largely responsible for kidnapping us from Africa. I mean, that's almost like saying, damn, that's almost like saying the Russians dropped the Hiroshima things. You dig? The ABOMB on Hiroshima. That's like saying the Russians did it. Like, that's how bad it is to say the Dutch, the Portuguese were largely responsible for kidnapping in Africa. And I mean, what's the point? Then you didn't buy them. You dig? They largely, so now there was 10 to 12 million. I'm sorry. Yeah, 12 to 15 million that were kidnapped and allegedly, according to our story, they were sold. But according to these guys, Africans were not involved. So that means that white folks, out of 12 to 15 million, they kidnapped. I mean, that's unbelievable to believe that. The white T man kidnapped 12 to 15 million people over 3 centuries, or a little two and a half centuries, without Africans knowing what's going on. Oh my God. To believe that, you just want to be ignorant. You want to remain a fool. Okay. And I'm sorry for you guys who are freaking out in the chat because your man, your God historian is a liar and grossly incorrect. I'm sorry you guys are throwing fits. Yeah, we addressed her at the beginning, Boogie Girl. At the beginning, we addressed Joy Reid. Yeah, so you could catch. Matter of fact, you could catch a lot of his call-ins. He had to talk about slavery because they were denying it. So Joy Reid was the latest, right? So yeah, you might want to catch the early part of it, Boogie Girl. I made you a mod. I believe you're of the lineage, so I gave you a lineage wrench. Okay, but just do me a favor and subscribe and like the video. Everybody must like the video. Hoshep in the building. Yeah, Elder John Henry Clark was teaching. He was definitely teaching. But Sion, you might want to click that link or call the phone number. I don't know why Sion at this. I thought you was really trying to get a hold of me and call in and have like a little friendly dialogue. That's the phone number. Like you don't have to click the link. If you don't have Zoom, then you go right there. Matter of fact, there is a web link I had. I don't want to mess with it, but there's a Zion. There you go right there. There go the phone number, bro. That's the phone number. That's the meeting ID. You don't need to actually download Zoom if you don't want to. So everybody's still tripping on 19 Z's because you're gonna fall asleep listening to that fool and his bull. Okay, so oops. All right. So obviously, right, we know that. Everybody knows that. Those are false claims. And he says Europeans misinterpreted local labor systems, whatever. John Henry Clark. I don't know how you didn't come across this because one dude in the book who's flipping out, he said we don't read books. Well, apparently your master teacher didn't read a book. John Henry Clark. He's the one who's saying Africans had no role in the slave trade. They were not involved at all. So he's not aware of. He didn't read about Dahomey slave raids, right? Arrow Confederacy Trading Network. He didn't read about Asante selling captives. He didn't read about Congo with a K participation. He didn't read about Mbangala raiding in Angola, led by Queen Azinga. He didn't know about Ghana apologizing for their role in the slave trade, which is interesting. So many African countries actively captured and sold captives, man. Many African countries actively captured, or many, well, I won't say country, but many African kingdoms actively captured and sold slaves. This is confirmed by historians like John Thornton, Paul Lovejoy, and Robin Law. But I believe all Caucasians because we can't trust the melanated historians on this one. They're going to romanticize it. So Africans didn't run the Atlantic shipping system, John Henry Clark says. That's true, but many African kingdoms absolutely supply captives. If Europeans created the demand, African elites often provided the supply. Real simple, man. It was a scratch my back, I scratch your back system. Right. John Henry Clark said Africans lacked ships, so they couldn't run the slave trade. Let's hear it one more time. This is fun. Where he's at? Is this it? Which one was it? This one. Let me put this link in the chat. This is a funny link. So you guys can watch it for yourselves. You don't believe me. Now, so Sion is pretending. That's the link of John Henry Clark. Okay, so Sion, you're pretending you can't call in or click the link. So, the moderators is going to, get tired of your trolling and they're going to time you out. Just say, I don't want to call in. Just say that, but don't say you're trying to call in and then don't call in. So you rapping like Eminem now. Okay. Oh shit. Oops. Hold on. I put the phone number in hella times. All right, one more time, Simon Clark.
Along the coast. Most of big fishing boats and river boats. The greatest drainage on a people in the history of the world. Africans had no ships that he could connect 3 continents.
Okay. Interesting, because I don't know who's debating that. But you heard him. You heard him. You heard him. You heard him. That's true. But look what they did control. They controlled the supply networks inland. Europeans controlled the shipping companies and the ships. And African elites controlled the supplies. They were the suppliers of people. Okay. So both were necessary. The European ships and the African elites supplying people. You dig? Europeans were complicit, Africans were complicit. They both needed each other. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, so that is that. And if nobody's going to call in, if none of these guys who talking trash don't want to call in, those in prime real estate for pretenders to blend in perpetuate. Yeah, bro, there's no such thing called perpetuate. This whatever you call this. Hey, bro, it's perpetuate. Yeah, you might want to work on your English, my guy. You might want to show my previous comment, please. No, we're not showing. Matter of fact, we're not going to show those. Okay. I'm going to time you out for 1 minute. No, 10 seconds, just to erase all your comments. So they added a 10-second timeout. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they need to do something on Zoom, yo. I'm tired of muting people and they unmute themselves, keep talking. Now, there's a way where I can mute you permanently. Like, you can't unmute yourself. There's a way where I can mute you on YouTube on Zoom and you cannot unmute. I don't know why I don't select it once they start being. Yeah, he's bored eating hot chips. Damn, you made me hungry. God damn, that might not be a bad idea. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see if I can play real quick while I pick up my son. Okay. I'm gonna play the video of myself and George Macon. He's playing devil's advocate, like he's giving me potential comebacks of a tether or Pan-African hater on Black Americans being the only blacks known to mankind. So hold on 1 second. I do want to play this thing right here. I'll do that later. All right, so let me do this real fast. Let me do this because I got to pick up my son. He's going to be noisy. All right, let me do this. And I'm still going to accept calls while the video is playing. So Sion, you got time, but we're not going to allow you to just chat and babble and be disingenuous. We can't allow that. That is not allowed. Okay, so okay, I found it. Okay, got it. All right, let me switch over to my phone. And by the way, you still could call in or click the link, Cyan, or anybody who, has a question about FBA talking points who want to know if we're divisive, xenophobic, or any of our talking points you disagree with or got questions for, call in. Call in. While I switch over to my phone. Yeah, this is gonna hurt one right here, man. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. I told you, man. All right, let me share my screen.
I did on my live stream the other day. Because I let the Africans tell you themselves. There was a conversation between a brother from the Congo and another brother, man. And this African brother kept it so real, man. I mean, he shut the other African dude down, like just shut him all the way out. Hold on.
You gonna say your screen?
Yeah, wait, I gotta find that part of the clip real quick, and then I'm gonna share it before I matter of fact, let me go here then. He still got that other video yellow too, man. Hold on. Let me pull it up this way. Okay. Yeah. I'll share my screen on here. Share. Do you see it? Ron?
Let me see. Yeah, I see it.
All right, let me make it bigger real quick.
If it wasn't for what you are the resident African.
It's a little low though. It's a little low. It's a little low.
I'm gonna turn it up. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it up.
Born in Africa, most of my life was raised in America.
Now I want you to listen to this. This is an Ethiopian girl, right? And this why I'm telling you that they can't watch this, right? They can't tell us that they don't understand. This Ethiopian chick kept it all the way 100. Because not every last one of them are tethers. A lot of them on the continent do like us, right?
Yeah, we never say they all tethered, right?
Yeah, right. Watch this. Watch this.
Before they had to make sure that everybody knew that they were foreign and they were not like us.
Hey, mommy, I don't think Ethiopians are ready to have the conversation that we love cosplaying African American when it benefits us for permission to using the N-word, to being credited for or profiting off of the ingenuity of Black Americans, by blending in because of our skin color, i.e. people trusting, loving, and endorsing of Black Americans for good food, music, language, fashion, social justice movements, arts, etc. Everything that erupted out of this beautiful culture. Basically, we love clout chasing African American culture for our own benefits, but when it really comes down to it, when it comes down to being Black, we'll play model citizen immigrant in a hot second for our own convenience, forsaking our Black brothers and sisters for any opportunity, no, or even much less, for a man or a moment. Yeah. I don't think people are ready for that either. My bad.
Do you think there's a difference?
Now hold on.
Initial Black
Now what?
American.
Hold on. Why?
Yeah, this one I've seen before. I had played this one, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's because the brother, man, he got him straight real quick too. Because remember when it started, he said, "Do you think that there's a difference between the African and foundational Black American?" The brother from the Congo said, "Absolutely, it is."
Right.
Difference between initial Black American versus an African, because I feel like even though I was born in Africa, most of my life was raised in America. I joined the military and I was ready to die for this country. Yeah. So technically speaking, I am African American. So do you think there's a difference between?
And you deserve every bit of America that you fought for, did everything for. But your ancestors ain't do nothing for this country. Be honest with us. Yeah. Let's be real. They got us here. If it wasn't for their hard work, and if it wasn't for what
you are the resident African American, man.
If African Americans win in their struggle in the United States, that is a blueprint for us in Africa and the rest of the world. So with their struggle for reparations, it equals to the conversation about what Sudan needs from England, what Sudan needs from the outer world, what Sudan needs from every other person that has been able to take a part of South Sudan.
Go out and say this and go. So the thing is, when I'm I'll stop sharing. The thing is, when I be saying, I tell people they know what's going on. They play stupid, like the Ethiopian girl said. They know our story. A lot of them come here. That brother from the Sudan talking to that dude from the Congo, he got him straight. He's telling no, we are different, and their story is paramount to us getting our story together. So that's a brother that's down. The other dude, this is what they do. Because we always had an open door policy. The guy talking about he lived here half his life. Well, if you've been living here half your life, how can you
All right, somebody called in. Let's see who called in. Is it Sion? I know my audio is bad, so I don't have a microphone. Okay, so they're joining now. You can unmute, Michael.
I'm on mute. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
You hear me?
You're off mute now. Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. New type. All right. So I had to tune out, but it says your title of your videos. I had it on mute, by the way. Title of your video states Tariq Nasheed's Debunks, John Henry Clark, the Africans never sold us. Well, this is my thought on it. I see it like this, and I'm gonna go with your perspective. I'm with the fact that some Africans did sold us, right? But I don't see it as a monolith. I don't see that as a monolith, because it's like this. If that's the case,
me either.
If that's the case, then right, I'm like this. Let's look over here and just take everywhere outside out. We're not going to factor into the equation. Let's say like this, right? We have coons here that's not in positions of power. That's like me putting Stephen A. Smith as your president of the United States. Now, do you think Stephen A. Smith as a president of the United States will do good enough for black people? That's what I want to know. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, then if we got our coons and there's a whole continent of black folks, you think they're not going to have coons as well? If we don't want to be looked at as a monolith, are we going to look at them as a monolith as well? But they look just like us? Like that's what my logic is looking in. Like, what are we talking about at this point? It's like, yes, they have coons. Yes, we have coons. Yes, but their coons were in position of power. Our coons are never going to be in position of power. And that's just how it is. I'm not taking away. I'm not giving sympathy. That shit was wrong. That shit was stupid. But as we see today, there's still stupid people that lead on the continent. We've seen patriotic, self-sufficient, self-actualization leaders that were like, yo, I don't want to be a poor continent. I want to develop my own. But if you read the book, if you read the book White Malice, it gives you the whole backstory.
No, I didn't read that.
Yeah. So if you read the book White Malice, it's not even, this is a white person that went over, seeing the classified documents, seeing the unclassified documents, and they're telling you, yo, when they try to be self-sufficient, they were killed, they were stopped. And this is during the age of industrialization.
And who's that? What countries that try to be self-sufficient that were stopped?
The African continent. And then if I tie that, and this is me right now saying this, but if I go back prior to this, and I go by what Malcolm says, I'm like, wait. If I've never seen a black person a day in my life, and all I had to do was watch TV and movies, but then if you see what's in TVs and movies, is nothing efficient. Like, it's nothing that's okay. If I've never interacted with a black person, and all I have to do is go watch TV, I'm not getting books. Because to know about the black history, you got to go read books. You got to be in America to know about black history and the importance and significance of black history. But I'm not in America. I'm outside of America. I don't have a Black History Month. I don't even know what Black History Month is.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So when there's movies, right? So then the movies you're talking about 2026.
But think about it. Also, these are movies that are internationally known. Not movies that we know locally, but this is an internationally big blockbuster movie.
So I was saying, but in 2026, there is no movie industry that depicts like that's concentrated on depicting. Well, no. There is no movie industry right now that solely depicts black people in a negative light. There's 50%. Hold on, wait before you do that.
No, I'm listening.
I'm gonna throw because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw a bunch of movies at you. Now I already done this, right? I already looked up. Okay, got you. So listen. So I already looked up the movies because I thought it was more favoring. See, I had the reverse argument. You feel me? I had the argument as that there are more positive movies in Hollywood or whatever about Black Americans than negative, and I was wrong. It's 50-50. It's like literally like as many negative movies. There's as much positive movies, right? So I was wrong in reverse. See, I'm one of those guys that just go with the research. Like I have my own mind made up, but once the research contradicted, I go with the research. But let me say this: the reason why I use the language Africans as a whole monolith because with people, because people, the same people, they use Europe as a monolith. They say the European or the white man did it, and when they say the white man, they're not focused on just the Russian or the Western white people. They're talking about white people collectively. So that's why I just use the same language as people use. Like they say the whitey man did it. The colonizer, right? Don't people just say the colonizer? Russia didn't
Yeah.
colonize nobody. There's a lot of European countries that didn't colonize
Nah,
nobody. But we say the
Russia
colonizer.
did. Russia. If you look at the history of Russia, Russia started from the, what is it called? It starts with a B. It's a Biznik. I was looking at this morning actually, because I was looking at the Byzantine.
I'm talking about, but I'm talking about Russia as it's been known, like as a world power. Russia has never. So for example, let me give you a date. 18, like during the Berlin, nobody colonized nobody until the Berlin Conference. So what I mean is, like,
it wasn't as big,
right? But listen, I'm saying,
I'm listening.
White people wasn't strong. White people was not strong as a nation until like to colonize Africa or Arab or anybody. They were not strong enough to do that until the Berlin Conference. That's why they waited until they
what
got
is your
their weight up.
definition of colonization? Is it war and dominance, or is it I can make them do what I want them to do? Because I see it in terms of, well, what is the point of going to war with you if you're already doing what I want you to do? If I already
but here's the thing though, that's not a colonizer. That's not a colonizer because you had it's not that. That's your personal definition of colonizer. As a matter of fact, you kind of early because I actually was going to. I'm driving right now, but once I get to my destination, I'm going to show you the difference between colonization and colonies. So Liberia was a colony. It was not.
But how do you get a colony?
Yeah. I know. Hold on. Listen, look, you're everywhere. Let's just stay one place.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
with you.
So there's a difference between a colony.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a difference between a colony. So let me just show you right now what I'm doing so you can see.
Yeah.
Here's me. I'm driving. Okay. See? I'm driving. Okay. So I'm not reading it. This is off the top of the head.
No,
so there's a difference. I got it. So there's a difference between a colony and a place that's colonized. So in Africa, we just talked about the Luandra, like the Portuguese and Dutch set up colonies in Africa, but Africa was not colonized. They were not colonized. A colony is just a portion where this group is going to set up shop to do business or whatever they came here to do. Obviously, during the slave trade, it was to do business. You got Liberia. That was a colony of the ACS, the American Colonization Society. Liberia was never colonized. Okay, it had no colonizers. It had a colony that was designated for free blacks of America to go and resettle over there, repatriate over there. Now, a place that's being colonized in the sense of a colonizer, that place is ran by the colonizers 100%, and it's for the benefit of the colonizers. And they usually extract and export the resources of that country using the natives to do it, and then they take that resource and bring it to their homeland. That's how a colonization usually works. Not somebody coming over there having a place where they pay rent. Those white people that came to Africa in the 1600s were paying rent and taxes to have their colony on the coast of Africa.
Isn't that like, when you say that's like covert operations?
Who?
When you say that's like covert operations, like what you just stated, like having a shop, having things there.
No, that was a business deal. That was a joint venture similar to Dame Dash and Def Jam. Africa and the whites in Europe and Africa, when they did the slave trade, that was a joint venture.
Okay. You saying it was a joint venture, but okay, let's say it was a joint venture, right? Well, let's say from the front, because we know that America has wrote some backdoor treaties, as we've seen with the Native Americans. They have backdoor treaties. They'll sign a treaty and backdoor you. We know that aspect, correct?
Yeah. Who the hell would trust that? Who would trust people? That's the thing, though. Why would a human being trust a man who just enslaved people, the diaspora, for 400 years, shady as hell, came out of nowhere, dominating, don't got no good in their brain, and now they want to do a treaty with you. Like that's like common sense. Like, hey, yo,
no,
at
no,
some point your
I won't
spidey
say
senses got
common
to kick
sense.
in.
I won't say common sense because if that's the case, then what do we call abusive relationships? We understand the psychological aspect of it in terms of why she keeps going back.
But
Or we look at
abusive relationship starts off with love, or at least a form of love, right?
it starts in the mind.
Right. No, but listen, I'm saying though, it don't start off like Fred Flintstone. You don't grab her by her hair and bring her to your house and that's your wife.
You start off in the mind.
No, but listen, I'm saying
I'm listening
at
to you.
some point, okay, yeah, but you gotta listen, not just to hear. At some point, the relationship started off where she believed he was a good guy, right?
Yeah.
And he did good things for her or for her to him. That never happened with white people. White people ain't never fake a good relationship. They came in like a fox and a wolf, straight to the point where they only benefit, or you benefit too, but they benefit for shit, sure. They ain't doing nothing on the back end. They want to benefit right now and on the front end. And they're going to get the best of every deal. So what I'm saying is, why would the people that seen them, Africans knew about them since the 1400s. So why would they see these folks come back in the 1800s, late 1800s, and say, you know what? Yeah, these are a friend of ours. They just took 15 million of blacks from Africa and never returned them. So as far as they know, they're dead. You dig? They're dead somewhere.
Okay, where I'm listening, but I'm saying we got to also factor in how big it is. If if the United States can fit into one country, and that's just one country, and there's 54 of them, we know it's vast areas. So how is information going to travel? We do enough to go by foot. It's going to take months of travel.
No, but these are the same people. No, but the people. I don't know if you understand like what the Berlin Conference is about. But these countries are.
Yeah, but
the countries that
they ain't going
listen,
with
brother.
war. Okay, yeah, I'm listening to what you're trying to say.
Okay,
I'm hearing
bro.
you out. I'm here. I listen.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, but I have a chat too that's trying to follow, but you're
chat.
making a conversation.
Okay, I on the chat.
You're making but they was here. You were in the chat at one point. But the thing is, you're making a conversation like unfollowable because you keep saying different things. What I'm saying is, you're saying America could fit into one country in Africa. I'm saying the places that were colonized, where a lot of them were the people who sold this, it was the regions, the countries who sold white people their captives. So like they are familiar with these people. Like these aren't Sudanese people or like these aren't Libyans. You feel me? These are West Africans, Central Africans, the Congo. You dig that they're coming back to try some other bullshit.
Okay. But okay, let me get this right so I make sure we're on the same page, me and you. So you saying that the common sense aspect should have been kicked in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. Matter of fact, I'm seeing that shit right now because I'm following the news in terms of what's going on over here, what's going on over there. I'm seeing what you're seeing, and the argument is still persistent. It still is okay, but we have coons in position of power. And a coon in position of power is like you taking a bum off the street, putting him like 100,000 in his hand. You do what I say, you're gonna keep getting money, keep getting fed, do what you want to do. So of course he's gonna do what the master says to the best of his ability, and any various evil means. And in terms of back then, back then already happened. I didn't give nobody light. What ain't no light to be given. So selling your own people is some psychotic shit. Matter of fact, right now you being a puppet and you doing things that doesn't empower your collective people as a whole. The collective not just empowers you as an individual, but it empowers the collective. And they're empowering the individual over the collective. And I'm disagreeing with that. I'm saying, yo, that is stupid. But that is the current reality of how history is played out in the favor. The coons are held and protected. Put it like this. You know about what's currently going on right now in terms of the petrodollar, Iran, US, right? Why is this war so big? People are saying we're fighting Israel war. No, we're fighting our own war. If Iran stops trading oil in dollars and Iran is also destroying the Middle East as well, where we get our oil from as well. If they stop trading it in dollars, the two biggest oil chains stop trading in dollars, what is that going to do to the America dollar economy that's based on the petrodollar? It's not based in gold, it's based on the petrodollar. So this war is bigger. Yo, you good? You hear me?
Daddy, come on.
Yeah, my screen froze. Go ahead. You got to start over.
Okay. So I'm saying it in terms of where's that at again? So I was talking about the petrodollar, and then from petrodollar, I'm gonna pull that back. Okay, so I'm agreeing with you in terms of the common sense aspect should have kicked in, but I'm looking at it from how can we go from theory and saying the common sense should kick in from a theory perspective into a practical perspective, like okay, how are we gonna apply this shit? And in terms of practical, it's gonna have to be a revolutionary because okay, let me make this simple as I possibly can. It's like take every continent, right? That had people. They went from folks first, you getting your own, you getting relationships, individual, tribalistics, community, state based, nation based. Then you go as a continent, right? You had your infighting, or you went from individual fighting, community fighting, infighting in terms of large groups, infighting in terms of countries. Then you go to okay, we see the bigger picture. We got to stop fighting and come together. But then you have to understand if I have my opposition in a position of power, is he going to want to come together with me if his interest is being served by the master? I think his mic is muted. Okay.
Yeah. Now, what was the last question again?
I said my question was, if me and you are opposition, right? And this person that you beef with, but this person that you beefing with is putting me on so I can get what I want. And now you're telling me that the person I'm beefing with is now telling me that they want to be peaceful and cool with me, but I'm already getting what I need from the master. So why not continue the beef? That's the practical aspect that I'm trying to apply to it. I get the theory aspect.
Yeah.
We could talk theories all day. Matter of fact, you're not even the first person
Wait, so
to
was that a
acknowledge.
question? Because I came off mute to answer that question. Was that a question? Okay,
No.
so first of all,
Yeah,
let
I'm
me see.
listening.
Okay.
Let me talk.
Now, was it a question or not? If not, I go back and mute. Was it a question?
When you asked me to repeat what I said,
I thought it was a question. It wasn't.
No, you was asking me to No, my question was, okay, this is my question right now. Going from theory to practical in terms of common sense should have hit. I'm saying if I'm protecting the coon or the person that's putting the whole interest and the whole image of the collective above, I'm protecting him. So in terms of them being able to oust the person and then putting someone that's being more patriotic, more patriotic, put him in, well, they're not gonna do that at all. They're not even gonna let that happen. How am I gonna be peace? Why am I gonna make peace and beef?
Is that a
Why am I gonna
question?
make peace with No, I'm explaining.
Oh,
I'm asking a question no more.
So there's no question.
No question. But
Okay,
what are you asking me?
I'm gonna go on mute then.
No.
I'm listening.
I
but
want to know you were listening, but where are we at? I feel like I've answered your question. I was just adding more clarifications, giving more
you
examples.
answered the question based upon an answer that suffice to you. I mean, to me,
where you insufficient? Yeah, for you.
Okay, so to me, you gave a false equivalence, and you came up with a terminology master. Like there's no when you have a joint venture, there's no master. You're both equal. You're equal participants. Nothing can happen without you each other compliance.
Yeah.
So what happened with the slave trade? Everybody had to do their role, and nobody was forced to do their role. There's no master. There are people who was in on it, and they were.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Going to be
they have similar
compensated.
interests, but they have similar interests.
But there's no master. There's no when you added
No,
the
I'm
master
saying
thing there,
that
you
was right
lost me
now.
and the chat.
No. Okay, let me explain where you might think.
Yeah,
You're thinking of back
but you
then. I'm
can't
thinking
do
of
that
right now. I'm
but
thinking
you're
right
using
now.
that analogy for right now for back then. You can't do that because there was no master back then. There was no master concept. I mean, like there was no one person dictating who does what. That's why Queen Nzinga fought against the Portuguese. Nobody was her master.
So if I go on a plantation and I see the head of the plantation, is he not the master?
But there was no plantation during the slave trade.
So that whole country was not a plantation, is what you're telling me?
No.
So that country had free folks running around doing what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, like you had wars in Africa, so but they were free. Well, even going back to Egypt, you had wars with the Nubians and Egyptians, so everybody was free to do
internal
in their
conflict without
territory.
war, bro.
No, embrace war.
No, I'm speaking of this internal conflict. Two countries that's within the same continent going to beef with each other, going to war. Yes, they're going to war, but it's not mass grand scale war, as I would say that.
Ain't nobody say mass. Ain't nobody say. You ever heard of a civil war?
Yeah, civil war is eternal conflict. Yeah, civil war. That's the better phrase to put it. Civil war.
Right.
Because like when you say war, I'm thinking.
Nah, but don't think that. I'm saying war. I'm saying you have two people opposing each other, and they're trying to dominate each other. Right, one group against the next one. War. Like we got a terminology in America called gang wars. Right, gang wars.
Let's stay on
like there's
terminology.
something that,
Yeah, I'm with you. But you're adding a whole different description. You're adding war, but with the hyphen.
Actually, that's what you did. You added.
No, I'm agreeing with the hyphen. I want to go with the hyphen, but you keep going back to war. Let's stay with the hyphen. The hyphen is better, so it's all clean and stuff. Because we just say war, that's a general term. So let's just use hyphen. Civil war.
Yeah, but
it's an internal war.
Nah, I don't want to go with. Nah, I don't want to be pigeonholed to just a civil war because I'm just saying
not
war.
all of Africa
because
not all of Africa was not
never
every
said
individual.
Never said that. And never said all nothing. That's an absolute statement. Never made that statement. So you can't go there.
But you're saying that I'm saying a whole country could be enslaved, and you're saying that no, that would not be
But
the
when
case.
did that happen? When did that happen? When did a whole country be enslaved?
Let's look at this. Let's look at this instance, right? Because I was just looking at this instance also. It was during when the Axis was this is during World War II. So when I think it was World War II. Let me see what the Axis is again. Okay, so the Axis power being Rome, Berlin, and Tokyo as well. When they were fighting against the U.S. and their allies, right? They were stopping in the coast of Africa to refill their ships and militaristic equipment. So that's what I'm trying to say. When I say it's aligned interest, I'm saying, yes, me and you could be exact enemies, but if our interests align, it's gonna work. Like there's no emotions involved with interest. And then what I'm trying to point out to you is I'm saying, how can I stop at the edge of a continent, at the edge of the whole continent, and stop at those countries to refill my ship if I didn't enslave the whole country? If you're saying it was at war, well, were they okay with this? Did they know about the war that's going on? And could they even react to what was going on? What if they weren't okay with it? What could they really do at the end of the day? And if you're powerless within your own country, are you not colonized? Because they can't do nothing. If I'm against this, so what? You dig?
What's that thing you said?
My whole I'm disputing the fact that you're saying a whole country wouldn't have been enslaved.
Yeah. You didn't get. Did you give me an example of a whole country being enslaved?
I did though. Because you looking at enslaved like with a foot over your neck. I don't have to be there to have you enslaved. You're not going to resist
bro,
what I go
what is
on.
your definition?
Isn't that enslavement?
What is your okay?
If
cool.
I control your mind, I enslave you.
Hey, bro. Okay, when did people have their the main things
I'm listening.
I'm saying give me an example of people mind a whole country mind being by somebody. Can you give me an example?
A whole country mind being controlled by somebody. You can look at our own fucking country. You got people that are out here agreeing with the war. You got people that are saying we taking over Venezuela as a drug lord. But then come to find out Trump going to the court and pushing the fact that he was a drug lord. It got dismissed. That whole concept got dismissed and thrown out. Now they're saying he was doing X, Y, A, Z and still have him locked up. Well, that's an example of ideology. I had you believe what I say was right, and you're not gonna go do your own research and go talk about it. Matter of fact, we could use a better example. Actually, we could use examples of didn't they have an entire disease called for runaway slaves? There was a disease that they called for runaway. If you was a slave revolting, they said you had a disease. I'm gonna go fact check my own self to make sure what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what that got to do with a whole country?
Well, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to explain to you. Because you're believing what I'm telling you without fact checking me, and those who fact check me, well, they don't have enough power to push what I'm pushing. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Wait, okay, bro, but you're giving me just random case in points. Can you give me an exact? Can you give me an exact case in point dealing with a people and another people where they're being brainwashed? So I can get a real life example.
Yeah, hold on.
I think that'd be better.
It just clicked what you were talking about. Okay.
Yeah, give me a working model.
So have you searched the Mandela effect as this is just on Google search, but that once you said give you a better example, going through all those little examples, they clicked in my brain. I'm like, wait, a better example would just be the Mandela effect. Essentially, the Mandela effect is a phenomenon where large groups of, this is me reading off Google. I didn't click a web page or anything. where large groups of people share identical false memories of past events, often contradicting documented evidence, coined by Phenona, wherever her name is, Brome, in 2010, regarding the false memory of Nelson Mandela's death in 1980. Common examples includes the Berenstain Bears spelling, the fruit of the loom, wherever the genre is called. Y'all can go just search up FBI Mandela effect into Google, and the same exact thing might pull up. Maybe you might have the AI overview might give you a different answer, but it will still probably be the same. But that's an example of what you're referring to in terms of
But can you
brainwashing.
mean what
I'm
you're
trying.
referring to? Nah, hey,
That's what. No, my apologies. I'm sorry. I misspoke on that.
So cool. So
but
now
what I'm trying to
let's
get
just
at, let
bring
me
it
finish
back.
this last part. I'm going to bring it right back
Yeah,
to what
but
you're
you're
saying.
all over the
I'm
place.
trying
Like,
to
I'm having a
explain
hard
that
time to
I had
follow
to
you.
draw the line that you can control someone without having your foot on their neck is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, so explain how Africa was controlled by the white man without
If
their
I
foot
kill
on their
all
neck.
your revolutionary leaders for going out of line, what is that going to train your psyche? We believe in
Okay,
PTSD, right? We got
Okay, so
PTSD, right?
what?
But we can't
You
have
just said
colonization for
Africa's not,
PTSD.
wait, hold on. You just said Africa was not a monolith, but
It's
now
not a
you're
monolith.
speaking of Africa as a whole. Give me the African country that this is
Oh yeah.
happened to or happening to.
Well, right now, currently as we speak.
Mhm.
Okay, so if I go look up, I'm gonna go to the Africa map, so I have these country names, right? Yeah.
And what country are you from?
Bro, I'm Liberian. My mom's Liberian. I don't know what my dad is though, but my mom's Liberian for sure. All right. Okay, so I got the example up right now. Like, okay, matter of fact, all right, that's much better. Okay, so currently within Africa right now, and we're gonna exclude Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. There's a military base in Ghana. There's a military base. They're building a military base in Nigeria. The U.S. military mercenaries are working in South Sudan and Congo right now. Right now, Congo just signed a security agreement with the United States as the mediator. And then I think Kenya also has a base. I'm from the newsroom foreign military bases in Africa currently. If you search that up, you're going to see bases in Zimbabwe. They're saying there's a base in Namibia. There's also another base in Liberia as well.
Whose bases? Whose
American
bases?
military base. Well, foreign military base. I'm
Right.
gonna say
Okay.
American.
So hold on. So I know how that works. So a lot of these
Okay.
countries,
But-
just like
okay, yeah, I'm listening.
Russia, Russia will have a military base in Burkina Faso and Mali, and those countries of the Sahel, right? Because they all went against Western powers to help protect them, and they all went with Russia. So you will see a Russian. You won't be surprised to see a Russian base in the Sahel alliance. So countries that's aligned with America, that has America defending them. Okay, like Japan, you're gonna have an American base there. Like Saudi Arabia, whoever else around that Middle Eastern. That's why they're saying, "Hey, be careful. They're gonna attack American bases." Yeah, so American bases are at countries that they're protecting. The country is a treaty in a modern sense. They are giving something to get something back, and part of that get something back is protection. And nobody on this earth is crazy enough to attack a country that America is protecting.
What? We just seen the Middle East getting attacked right now as we speak. That statement's
Yeah, but
out.
they're all about to. Yeah, but you know their fate, right? Okay,
Their
so
fate?
that they're. Oh, listen.
I'm listening.
Their fate, right?
Their
So
fate.
America has a hit, right? Fate. America
I'm
has a
listening, dog.
history.
Mhm.
Okay, so you got to be quiet when you listen, though. You can't keep talking when I'm talking while you're listening.
I'm not
When you talk, I actually went on mute while you were talking.
Let me go on mute
Okay,
myself.
just
I
to
got
show,
you. That'll make it better.
respect to you, I went on. Okay, so America, they are trying to do something back, and they are DYING, as we know. You see that they're complaining about schools that got BOMBD, right? So there's a price to pay, and America is showing that, and it's hell to pay. And eventually, what's going to happen is that the whole Iran might be gone. Eventually, if they can't put a stop to those drones and these water mines, eventually everybody's gonna go. So yes, so they are catching hell right now, right? And Iran's damn near up for sale like Venezuela. So like I said, anybody who's crazy enough to attack a country, well, first of all, Iran is doing that because of they had nothing. See, okay, so you just mixed something up. What I just said, America with bases that's defending a country, no country is crazy enough to go attack them. Iran didn't do that. Iran got attacked first. And this is their kamikaze go all out style, like they're crashing out. This ain't the same as a country attacking a country where American bases at. This ain't that example. This is Iran crashing out because they were attacked. All right, America's kicking their ass, got rid of all their leaders and under all their warships. Like this country is hanging on by a thread, literally. So no, this ain't Iran attacking a country protected by America. This is Iran crashing out because it's damn near DEAD.
Okay, so let me get this right. You said they're crashing out,
Yeah.
but we just asked for a
Yeah.
peace and negotiation deal, and they say they're not looking for one until they're done. I don't know how we're gonna say
Done with
they're
what?
crashing out. Well, look at the news right now. If
They're
you go on
crashing out.
YouTube or CNN, no, they said Trump says I want a negotiation deal. The president, not the supreme leader, the president said it himself. We're not going to
Well, he
negotiate
has to say,
until
hey,
America.
bro, listen, you're not I got it. You're not in America. America is a country where
It's
you
an
got to
empire.
play, wait, hey, bro, America is a country where you got to play politics, all right? Everybody got to do that in America.
But
People
what
will
is
smile
politics?
at you when hey, bro, you got to listen, man. This is my country. I'm telling you what my president is doing. This is what the presidents will always do. They're going to try to get American support, my guy. You got to know that. So
I know
nobody's
that.
going to go out there. Okay, so cool. So when Trump is doing that, that's called
Well,
playing
he asked the
politics.
Middle East for their
Hey,
base, and
bro.
they told him
Hey,
no.
bro. I'm okay. I'm going to mute you. You ain't gonna talk over
Okay,
me.
let me mute
I'm
myself.
talking about my country. It's my country, bro. You talk about your country. Okay, so my country, I know our politics. A president wants the support of the country. So they're gonna, even though they might hate that country, want it to disappear, they can never do that because the American public will go against and protest and boycott. They're not gonna do that, and then the country be weak and compromised, and that's the wrong thing to do when you're in the state of war, right? We're dealing with potential Iranian sleeper cells. You don't want to be vulnerable with your own people against you. So you have to play politics. You have to say, hey, guys, give us a deal. See, he's doing that to justify blowing them off the face of the earth. Like he went to war the first time. Hey, give us a deal. Give us a deal. He gave him like 1,000 warnings. Give us a deal. But the whole time he knew he was going to blow him up. You dig? But you got to do that for the American public. We are swayed by media. The Democrat, again, you don't live here. You don't know how politics works.
I live
the
here, bro.
Democrats
I'm
are,
right in Minnesota right now as we talking. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Right. So you're in Tether Nation. Listen.
I'm a tether. Okay.
No, I said you're in Tether Nation, my guy. You're in Scam
Minnesota?
Nation.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna count, man.
That's the epicenter of scamming right now. But anyway, so with our, it is the epicenter of scamming. Right? That's a hot box.
The U.S. government.
So anyway,
scamming.
Yeah. So anyway, our country, Donald Trump gave them warnings because he got to do that. He just can't go bomb them because the American public, a lot of us are against war, against all this type of stuff. So they got to justify it. I'm speaking of Iran, man. Yeah. All right, look. All right, you know what? You keep interrupting. How about this? How about Africa? Any violence or destruction they get from white people, they deserve it.
Why would you say that?
Because there's a reason why there's a big bad white man to begin with.
Why?
There's the reason why you're okay. When they
my
sold,
bad. I didn't finish you up.
Right. Well, that's a good question. Because when they sold 12 to 15 million of us to build up Europe, they were not the strongest nation in the world. At that time, it was the Chinese Empire, it was the Ottoman Empire, and some other Muslim states, and Africa wasn't too bad themselves. But Europe, all of Europe was nowhere near in a position to conquer the world. Had they tried with China or the Arab nations, they'd have been destroyed. Hence the movie 300. So white folks were not that strong during that time. So what they got was the alley-oop. They got 12 to 15 million people to do free labor for 300 years. That means that for 300 years, white people didn't have to pay for the economy to grow, for resources, sugar, rice, tobacco, cotton.
Okay. Yeah.
Railroad tracks. Right. So they was able to build a strong, durable, unbeatable infrastructure, free labor, 300 years. Africa's fault. Africa could do that for themselves. 12 to 15 million is a lot of people. to work on these European countries. And they did. We did. We worked on these countries and we made them invincible.
Mhm.
So that's why they ended up cutting off the slave trade. They abolished it in 1808. They said, now we're good. 1808 was the sign Africa's going to fall. So they created the Frankenstein. Now they're going to be eaten by Frankenstein. Once the British Empire said, okay, no more, we abolished slavery, that was Africa's aha moment. Oh, you know, you fucked up, right?
I wouldn't say
Hold
that.
on.
I wouldn't say that.
You know,
Because you're
okay,
saying
you could. Well,
1808.
you don't know history, so you can say what you want to say. But
I'm gonna give you some dates. I want to give you some dates. I'm not just talking to talk. I'm gonna give you actual dates.
you do
All right.
talk to talk. You've been talking to talk all day.
I've been giving you dates, dog. Legit dates, and I've been
Yeah,
reading
but
articles
you know,
and
but you're
dates.
not representing the dates though. You're not representing
Okay,
the
so
dates.
let me represent this day for you. You're saying 1808 that the
Yeah.
United States abolished slavery because they think Africa's gonna
No,
fall.
no.
No, the
England.
European,
England.
England, wherever the John is be.
England.
Okay. After 1808, didn't we go to domestic slavery? Did we stop slavery here? We just went to domestic slavery. We stopped shipping them internationally, and we started doing domestic slavery. Is why we have breeding farms over here in the States. We just have the woman in the farm and the men just breeding, right?
You're speaking. Hey, bro, you're speaking about America. I'm speaking about the system of slavery. Chattel slavery was abolished and made illegal in 1808. I said that,
International
and
slavery was abolished in 1808. They did domestic slavery after 1808.
Yeah.
So slavery still
Hey,
going on.
bro, I'm not okay. Is this dude is he joking with me? Or hey, family, is he dead serious?
I'm serious, dog. But you
All
tell me
right.
how I feel, and I'm
So
giving you
now,
what's happening in history. I'm
okay.
telling
Hey,
you,
bro,
1808, we
I
went to
don't
domestic.
know. Hey, bro,
Did we not go to domestic slavery, dog? Yes or
bro,
no? We
you're
went to
coming
domestic
off as
slavery.
though you have a comprehension issue, my guy.
Bro, I showed you all my books in my collection.
What does domestic slavery got to do
I
with
want to understand.
the UK? Hey,
Because
bro,
you're
when I
telling me
said
the system
slavery,
abolished slavery because they seen Africa was going towards its pitfall. Is that not what you just stated to me?
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. Now, at some point, family, I don't know if he's joking with me, he's trolling, or he got one of those low comprehension issues. And if he got a low comprehension issue, I'll let him just go. I'll just be quiet, let him just go. But for me to take him seriously, like this ain't going well because he's not listening at all. I said slavery was abolished in 1808. I mean, what slavery system we're talking about? We're talking about Africa and Europe. I never once talked about American slavery at all. I was talking about Africa and Europe. I said Africa wake up moment. Their gotcha bitch, or you know you didn't fucked up, right? Moment was when the UK abolished slavery. I'm talking about chattel transatlantic slavery. That's all I've been talking about all phone call. That's what the title is called in the video. It ain't American slavery, my guy. You keep going to American slavery. You keep going to America. I'm talking about slavery. That was Africa's moment where you're done. Because you guys thought this was an ongoing thing, you're gonna make money, and no, they were like, now we're good. We don't need other countries felt like they had enough, they don't need no more slaves in their country. And America said, nah, we'll keep it going, but we're gonna make it in-house. They did the inbreeding. So I don't know what you're talking about, but you're like jumping forward, and I'm not even there. I'm talking about 1808 when slavery was abolished, the transatlantic slave trade ended. Okay, it was made illegal. No more exporting people, human trafficking from Africa. That's out. That's the bottom line. That's out. They made that illegal. Anybody caught would die. Okay, so that's what I'm speaking to. I don't know what you're speaking to, but the thing is, Africa fate was sealed right then and there. That was the start of their fall. 80 years later, or close to 80 years later, here they come. The same people you gave all that labor force to build up their nations to superpowers, first world superpowers, they're back to flex their muscles. You can come off mute. I bet he don't respond to nothing I said, but whatever. Go ahead, unmute. Okay, he dropped off. Oh boy. Yeah, at some point I was taking him seriously, but then he stopped listening. Hold on one second, my family. Yeah, maybe he fell off, like, because I fell off, my signal dropped too. So I give him a few seconds before I play the video again. But that was crazy. That was crazy. And that's what I mean. Like people, they call in. Some people call in, and on their mind, they're just gonna ramble and babble their way into nothing, and they think they're justifying something. He told me that countries were enslaved, and then he said you could enslave without enslaving. I'm like, okay, give me an example. See, the Mandela effect. He went to go read it. It wasn't what he said it was. Then he told me to go read it. And I'm like, nah, bro, you read it, and it ain't what you said it was. And then he, like, dude, we're all over the place right now. Hold on. Yeah, like we're like all over the place. And I don't know what the hell's going on. He did the 4 T's unnecessarily. I wasn't even like, you dig, mad at him. I'm just like, dude, you're like really just not listening. And I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or you just can't. So now I'm just ready to talk about, hey, bro, the bottom line, everything Africa's going through is Africa's fault, man. Ain't no pity party. Africa is Africa's fault of our enslavement, is Africa's fault of their own colonized situation, right? Their own colonization. And I just showed the proof. He hung up. Okay. Everybody ignores Sion. Don't even respond to Sion. He did not call in. Or maybe that was Sion, the guy who just called in. Okay. Matter of fact, since you ain't calling Sion, I don't think that probably was you. So let's call that guy Sion. All right. So Sion, you hung up, bro. You couldn't deal with the fact that it's Africa's fault that they're being colonized and being ran over by the white team man, and it's your fault that we've been enslaved by the white team man, and we experienced racism, Jim Crow, systemic racism, all type of stuff. We exclusion, all the stuff that we suffer over here in America. We're looking at Africa is your fault. Without you, none of this would have happened. Literally, without you, none of this would have happened because we wouldn't have been stolen by you, kidnapped by you, and sold to a foreigner to be in a place where all this can actually happen. So literally, none of our hardships we would have been going through had you never kidnapped us and sold us to white people, to the white team man. So that was Sion who called in. So Sion, thank you for calling in, but bro, you got some explaining to do. That's what I mean. Let me go back on mute and play the video.
Door policy. The guy talking about he live here half his life. Well, if you've been living here half your life, how can you make the statement that you're the same as us? What he did was just take all of our story and culture and throw it out the trash and make it about what he is, to the point where the other brother had to tell him, no, nigga, your ancestors ain't do nothing for this country. Nothing.
Yeah.
So why would you think you're the same as them?
Yeah, this is why I noticed. My bad, family. I forgot one thing. Damn, Gina. Come on. Stop the share. I forgot. Hold on. I forgot one thing. Because that was a good conversation right there. Me and the brother George Megan. But I forgot one thing. Okay. I got to enter this code. I'm at this spot right here. Yeah. Of course. I got one. Okay. Oh shit. Oops. Uh, hey. Okay, I got it. All right, now I can give y'all the Swazi. Okay. All right, I'm here. All right, that was my fault. Somebody sent me a code. I had to type it in. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen now. Let's get back into this deep, deep conversation that you guys are going to appreciate. You dig? The confusing word that's being thrown around loosely that I've been like checking is black. Because I even heard an Ethiopian sister said the black, like that's what's drawing the confusion. All right. Because when I ask anybody who applies that word to non-foundation Black American, I like to say, in what sense are they black? And nobody can give, well, you only can give one sense. You can only say by an adjective, a descriptor. But that's not why we're black. We're not black because we're a certain color. We're not a certain color. We are different shades, and some of us light as Prince. So blackness to us was never a descriptor. Matter of fact, black in America has a capital, is capitalized. It's a proper noun. So where our blackness is different from their quote unquote blackness. They're black by a description. Most times an exonym, an outsider calls them that. But blackness to us is our identity. It's our ethnic label. It's how the world. It's our first name basically. That's not their first name. You just said Congo. You just said Ethiopian, Sudanese. That's their first name. Jamaican's the first name. Haitian, right? So the way they're able to co-opt the word black and apply it to themselves as a descriptor, as a racial term, but for us, it's not a racial term. It's actually an ethnonym. And via endonym, we call it ourselves and we define ourselves. That's what's causing all the confusion, or most of the confusion, when we get past certain barriers.
Let me ask you this, Ron. Let's have this conversation real quick. I want to reshare the screen for a minute. I want to play something, and then I want us to have a. I'm gonna ask you some stuff, but I want to, based off of what you're saying right now, because I agree with you. But I want to I want to further this conversation because I think it's necessary. But before I play it, I give you my beginning stance, right? My stance is what you're saying is correct, us as Black Americans, but I also believe that there was an identifier when we deal with other groups, people that look like us coming from around the world. And we had this thing where we identified as Black. But what I learned was, and this is my perspective, so that's why I want to have a conversation. What I learned was when they seen us and they didn't want to identify with us, they automatically said that I'm not Black, I'm this. But they wasn't doing it under the context of what you're saying it. They was doing it under the context of not wanting to be a part of us but benefit from us, while at the same time undermining us, but then being Black when it's convenient. That's the way I seen it. But if I'm gonna share my screen where where I could illustrate my point, and then I want you to elaborate on it.
Yeah.
I'm where I can explain what I'm trying to say. Now, this is a brother. This is a Arab, a Black Arab, right, from the Horn of Africa, right, and he's explaining how they are the indigenous people to that Sudan, Libya area, and the Bedouins and the other groups came in later and commandeered the land. And when he's referring to himself, he never even been to America. But when he's referring to himself, he knows who he is and who his people are. but he's still referring to himself as black as an identifier. Black people are indigenous and been around the what's the name? So I separate him from. Matter of fact, yeah. Let me do it. Let me do this first. Then I separate him from these people right here. Right when you see people do this.
The fact that I never really saw myself as a black person growing up. I still don't. Of course, it's something else. I'm not black.
So when you hear these people in America talk this stuff like this guy here, he said, hold on. So that way I can lay out I want to lay out my point the right way. So that way people can understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. This guy, hold on. These are my own damn videos. I can't even remember where.
The app guy, you went past it.
I'm trying to find this guy when he was talking. He said some real nasty stuff about Black Americans. When they asked him about being black, like he went, man, I don't know. This shit is in here. So I hate when you live or something, you try to find some shit, but you can't.
Oh yeah, that's why I never wing it when I'm live. I don't try to wing it when I'm live because
Yeah,
that
right?
happens. Yeah,
It don't
that's
never
why
pop
I
up.
try to be prepared as possible. Yeah, before I go live, I try to get all my ducks in order because I know when you wing it, you're never gonna find it.
You know what? It might be in here. Hold on. It might be right in here. Yeah,
Because everybody folding their arms like, "What's up?
Here you go.
What's going on here?"
Go. Now look at this dude.
Don't identify as being black. Also, like I was
not black, I'm African.
They're not black.
I'm not, but they're cargo.
So now when he's saying he's not identified as black, he's saying in a very disrespectful manner of disrespecting us as a people. Now when this man right here speaking, he's speaking from an identifier, right? And he's saying that we are the indigenous people to this land, not these Arabs or not these mixed race looking people that came in. We are the people. So he's speaking like this, right? So I'll just play this like a minute, right? Minute 30 seconds, and then I want you to give me your opinion.
But you king, did you originally? They king, but me, I say I'm here. So they have to be clear if you discuss with them. Okay, they say, all of you come here, okay? Who was leaving this land? They say it's black man. The black man. And before maybe 2000, there's a Hippos. The Hebrews were black as well, right? Yeah. There was in this land, they was just the big black people like me.
So for me, when I hear him talk, I hear him using that as just an identifier, right? Of the dark races. But he has a nationality and a culture and a language connected to that. We use black in a different connotation, but he still uses it as an identifier. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me tell you the difference, all right?
All right, gotcha.
So I know that Bilal al-Sudan, right? These guys were Nubians, Cushites. They were called black by Arabs, right? That's called an exonym. That's when an outsider colonizer named you something and you take on that name and its derogatory definition. When they called them land of the blacks, that wasn't something to like give them reverence or pay homage. They were disrespecting them, right? And they changed their name. Like they were already identified as something. So they took on their colonizer's name. That's called an exonym. Exo means out, nym mean name. That's called an outside name, right? They didn't name themselves.
Right.
They took on, right. So, but they already had an identity prior to that. Okay. So when they come,
quick, so I can understand. Yeah. That's why, because I'm with you 100%. That's why I said he has a language, a culture, and land connected to where he come from, but he's using that as an identifier to illustrate these people were on the land first. That's what I was getting from what he's saying.
Right, but the difference is this. The difference is that so their ethnonym is Sudan. It changed. It was something else, and now it's this. And outsiders renamed them. So they had a name that they named themselves at one point, and a colonizer renamed them, and they took it. You know, it's like us staying with Negro or colored. Right. That's an exonym too. What we did was. Right. So what we did was we took off those psychological names in 1960s and we renamed ourselves black with our own definition. That's called a endonym. Endo means in and then name. It's an end name. So we identify ourselves with black, and that black is not based on color. Their black is based on color. That's why I said the land of the blacks, the land of dark-skinned people. Our blackness ain't based on color. Our blackness is describing the long 400-year lineage in America, started from chattel slavery all the way to now. So there's no way you could come to America and be black, because to be black means that you went through U.S. chattel slavery and where we are now.
It's almost describing what our nationality would be, damn near.
Yeah, so it's our ethnonym. Well, nationality just when you become a citizen. So it's impossible for anybody to be one of us. That's like we can't be German, we can't be Nigerian or Igbo. Like that's something you gotta be born into.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So again, see, that's what caused the confusion, because people are calling themselves Black Brits, Black Scottish, Black Irish, Black Brazil, and whatever. But these are they're describing themselves based on colors. These are adjectives. All right, this ain't the same what we're doing. We're saying we're black, and there's no other name. Like we rejected Negro, we rejected color. They didn't reject. Did they ever reject Nubian and Kushite? No, like they accept that as their history. We rejected the former exonyms that was placed on us by our enslavers. So let me just finish. So what I'm saying is that even if they so-called black, they're not black like us. All right, so we're going to concede to that. They're still not black like us, because our black is a 400-year experience in America that you just can't come to America and become. And by the way, they are Sudan, S-U-D-A-N. We are B-L-A-C-K. Okay, so we ain't gonna play with semantics and what that means. So when they come to America, you're still Sudan. Like, don't Sudan mean black? Okay, you're Sudan. You're Sudanese. You're still not black. We're black.
I agree with you. I think, I agree. I think over the years, right, when we would get on the Dominicans, when the Dominicans say, "I know black, I'm Dominican," right, and we would get on them, and I looked at it from the perspective of, no, you're a Dominican. You're a Dominican. That's your nationality. You have your own language. You have your own land. But a lot of them come here. They look just like us. We all standing in the street together. So when the context of the way you're using it, I get it. But like growing up, we use black as an identifier. So it's kind of like, when all of us got together, this guy over here, he's from the Congo, but he still was black.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the confusion. The confusion came with Jesse Jackson. So when he introduced African American, he allowed that to become a dual usage of words. So now for the first time, our ethnonym, all right, is covering a race and a ethnic group, right? So now race we know is a social construct created by white people. There's no race in Africa. Africa don't call nobody black, by the way. The African Union and the rest of the world use the acronym POAD, People of African Descent. So the AU don't call nobody from Africa, nobody from Brazil black. They call them persons or people of African descent. So race is a white American Western social construct they made up over here to group people with similar traits, similar ancestry. This is why you have Asians, and then with Asians you got Chinese people, Japanese, and East Indians. Like, come on, man, everybody know East Indians are not Asians, but this is what they do with this racial thing. So now, with Jesse Jackson introducing African American, and that was co-opted by the OMB to now become used as a race plus ethnonym. So this is where the confusion starts. So when they come over here and they're allowed to check black African American, now they're black African American. So we're just taking them just off that. We don't understand what's going on. So they look like us, right? They're hanging out with us, like they seem like they're on cold with us. So we're okay, you're black, but we know deep down inside they're not black like us.
Right. Well, that's the point I was making. I was just, all my years when we were growing up, I knew that the person that came over from this place was different from me, but we all were still just black in the room.
But that's what we're cleaning up. Okay, that's part of the delineation thing. What we're saying, you still can be brotherly with us. You still can ride with us, but you're gonna ride with us as a Sudan person because see this whole black thing now is back to we don't know if he's Jamaican, Haitian. See, we're calling everybody Haitian again.
But you understand
we're calling everybody
saying,
Puerto Rican.
Though, right?
Now I got you though. Yeah. I got you, but I'm just explaining for you in the chat. So because I know this is like it caused a lot of confusion because people are saying they black. And when you say when they say that, that don't mean nothing to us. It's not telling us what country they're from. It's not telling us what tribe they're from. They're just generically black. But when we say black, the world knows we mean ex-chattel slavery slaves. Right. So we saying, yeah, don't come under blackness, because that's not telling us anything. That's why Tariq Nasheed asked him, what's your homeland?
Right.
What's your tribe? And that's what you are, fine. Okay, there's nothing wrong with being Sudanese, Ethiopian, Eritrean.
And this is the reason why I wanted to have this conversation, because it's something I say on my channel all the time. Trying to undo a conditioning that's been in place for so long is not easy. That's why you need days and hours and days and hours of repetition every day until it become a new thing. Because you're trying to reverse a consciousness that's been downloaded and been there for so long, a thought process. So that's why I played this, and I wanted to get your perspective on it, because all my life I understood my blackness was different than them, but we still called everybody black. So no, the way you explain it, I understand. Like, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. It's a slow process. That's why I don't mind when you Tariq calls them black too. So I don't mind. I know what y'all mean when y'all say that. So it don't bother me. Even when y'all say, or people say African American to describe us, I know what they mean. So it don't bother me. I know what people really mean. I'm not that petty.
Yeah, we used to saying things for so long.
Right. So that's why it's much easier to just put an F there, foundational, which delineates our blackness from somebody else's blackness, and then in the background, I would take the task on to like work what I'm working on. Like, all right, look, okay, black, whatever. But listen, when we say Black Wall Street, you're not there. See, and then that goes back to the confusion part. Everybody's black, but then when we say Black Wall Street, then they're like, hey, yay. We like, no, not you. But I'm black. And then I'm telling you, when it comes to reparations, bro, like, listen, it's gonna be a lot of lawsuits stalling out of reparations, because it's gonna be built. If it's built on blackness, we're done. Because they're gonna fill it out, apply for it. Once they get denied, they're gonna say, whoa, hold on. I was approved on everything else that had black on it. Now all of a sudden I'm denied. They're gonna file discrimination. So it's gonna be a lot of
that's why we was trying to get on the paperwork. When they filling out paperwork, there has to be a separation. There has to be foundational Black Americans born, in the U.S., and then those coming from somewhere else. That's
right. So now that started with individual FBA activists. That started with ADOS Advocacy Foundation and other organizations that did the Freedmen, Descendants of Freedmen. So they all petitioned to the OMB, the Office Management Budget, to get rid of that Black African American umbrella for everybody, persons of African descent. Yeah. So ever since 2024, they added that extra disaggregation thing there. And matter of fact, they got until March 28th of this year to decide if they're going to put FBA or ADOS on the new form, right? Oh. So so that's very shortly. But so we back here like making moves, and the OMB is listening, because the government does not name you. You name yourself. The government goes along with it and respects that. So that's why they have the additional slots there now. And for us, is the write-in part. We just write. We select Black African American, and then we write in whatever you think you are. Solon, FBA, ADOS. You write African American. You write that in right there, and that they're gonna take that. That's the new census. They're taking that and considering that for the future.
Going forward, because you have to have that separation, because if you have that separation on paper or anything that you want to do in the United States, if you call yourself Black, they're going to know anyway, because now there's going to be something that's going to separate you when you go into these municipal buildings and all these different places. You're not going to be able to cosplay as us.
Yeah, so that's why I would like the wording just to be right. Let's go with POAD. Let's take Black African American off. And let's just go with what the world calls everybody African descent. The world calls everybody people of African descent. America got this new little, and I believe it's for certain shit. Like you just said, they came over here in like the early 2000s, late 90s. Yeah. Well, guess what? That's when the OMB put African American on the form. Yeah. So it's a coincidence that they came here in the millions at the right time, where African American was now extended to them.
Yeah. They didn't come here, start coming here to years like early 2000s.
Yeah, so they came after the wording was RIPED for them to take on our identity to cause this massive confusion. So what I was saying is our ethnonym have a dual usage. It's the only ethnonym in the world with a dual usage. It covers a specific ethnic group and it covers a race of gazillion people that's African descent. And that right there, that's just too much confusion. We're like, hey, let's just take that off. It's not going to cause no culture or nothing because they know they're Haitian. They know they're Jamaican. They know they're this. They know they're that. And even when we have these arguments with these guys, what they going to do? They pull up black on black crime. Then I say, wait a minute, aren't you black? And so aren't you part of that crime stat? So I remind them, like, see what you're doing? You're backing away from what you just claimed. So I'd rather just take it from you completely so you can't hide behind that leaf. Just keep your Jamaicanness, keep your Zimbabweanness, where we ain't playing these semantical games where now you're black and now you're not. How about you just be Sudanese from now on?
But see, that's why I wanted to have the conversation because and it needs to be had because for so many years we argued before we start having these kind of conversations. Like I said, I don't lie, I keep it a buck. We cussed people out that didn't say that they was black for a long time.
Yeah, it confuses because we didn't know that they're really not. They're exactly how they came to the country. So when they come here as evacuees, asylees, refugees, they don't come here as black. They come here from their homeland, country name, or their tribe name, and then they be miraculously black when they touch ground. So yeah, it confuses us.
They was right the whole time.
Yeah. So when you look back at it, you be like, when it's sister you got on that video, I seen the part, her thumbnail on there. I'm not black. It's like, well, you are. She's been disrespectful, like the other guy with the plane. They're disrespectful, but they're actually correct. It's us who are confused. And I look back at Jesse Jackson, and that started the whole confusion.
Yeah. And see, but that's why I was using the term. Their association with not wanting to be black is coming from a disrespectful position, though, of not wanting to be associated with us. Period. But
because they look at you got to look at what they tie blackness to. So I can't blame them because before they come here, remember I told you that colonizers would call Africans black in a derogatory way. Yes. Right, it wasn't something pleasing. So that's why people rejected black. Blackball. Dr. Khalid Muhammad talk about it. Black this, black, all negative stuff. So who wanna take that name willingly? It's tied to a bunch of negativity. Right. So, and also they added to it laziness, slavery. So it has all these negative connotations tied to blackness. So why would people who claim they got culture claim we don't? And also in their minds, black comes with cultureless. So why would you take on a term that you just laughed at and said it was tied to no culture? Why would you voluntarily take on a term that's associated with no culture, according to them? So that's why, like, they don't really take it. They take it for political reasons to get certain set asides and move around, protection, like you said earlier, but they'll never really take it because they believe it's tied to a cultureless people who are lost, people who need to come back home, people lazy, begging the white man, want to be white. That's what they think blackness is.
Yeah. Yep. No, but that's why I wanted to have the conversation because I wanted to get a different perspective outside of the way I was viewing it. Because like I said, for years we cussed Dominicans out for years. But say I know black.
we did. Anybody that was like melanated. But what started my confusion was really early in my life when I would see a dark-skinned Indian. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, so am I gonna call him black too? Yeah, right. So I'm like, dude, clearly darker than me, but we don't call him black. I'm like, no, actually, I still call him black. He rejected it. So I'm like, but how am I black? Because he would agree I'm black. I say, wait, how am I black and you're darker than me and you're not black? And then they will, whatever excuse they gave, then I was like, oh, okay, so it ain't about color. It's something else to this. It's not color.
But see, to add on to what you're saying, though, when you really sit back and you look at it from your conscious mind, us just using that blanket term black is why we're losing. Because everybody else has a self-identifier, and they know when they come here, we're forcing them to be black. They say, okay, I'll be black for right now. Yeah, and I can get everything y'all getting. And then when it's time to be Jamaican again, they go back to being Jamaican. But then we get mad at them for doing that when it's really our fault.
Yeah, it is.
It's our fault. because the thing is that just that one banner of blackness, but that proves the point where Dante Cow's full of shit. Because just off of what we just said, this 10-minute conversation, right? This part of this 10 minutes of identifier. This right here proves how all-inclusive we've been. Because they've been able to come in off of blackness.
Great point. And look, and we made them black. They didn't want to, some of them didn't want to be black. We said no, we made them black.
Yeah, like we forced them to be a part of
right.
So
that's true. That's true. Right. So that definitely cooks them. Yeah, that cooks them. Yeah, we made, and they can't deny everybody from the continent, everybody from the island who came over here, we made them black. And even the Latinos, we made them. We argue up and down they're black.
Yep.
Cubans, all those folks, we said they were black. So yeah, so we were very inclusive. We're not xenophobic. We were very inclusive.
So let me ask you a question then, though. Let me put this on the table, because I'm comprehending everything that you're saying. I'm with you. I got it. I got what you're saying. But what about oh, that's the baby. I was like, what was that?
Yeah.
What about those in the Caribbean? The Rastas, the blacks in Cuba, and all those that do identify as black but still be Cuban, but they call themselves black. What about them?
Yeah, they're confused. They're exactly what they said they were. They say Afro-Latino, Afro-Caribbean. There you go. Because the blackness is new. It's 2010. You know what I mean? So that means your entire life you were what? Your entire life you were what? And then they're only black when they come to America.
But let me push back just a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I got Caribbean roots in my family. They always called themselves black. But
in what sense? Yeah, but now go back to what sense?
That's what we get to. They always call themselves black, but in the sense of the way you're explaining it, from separating the nationality and then us a self-identifier, it's two different things. So I believe that they called themselves black just in the old, just if you go back to the 70s and 80s when the white man just seen everybody as niggas, right? And when certain countries you go to, they still call themselves black, but it's still not the same connotation that you're using it under. So that's why I get what you're saying, because I can listen to what your breakdown and understand that they can be black, but if they're using black in the same term we're using it, we're losing, because we're giving up our identity for somebody else to come and benefit from. But they don't have to give up their Cuban or their Jamaican or something else for us to benefit from. So I get what you're saying.
Now, but the other way to look at it is this. The same way they could put it on, take it off, we can't.
Right.
So like, okay, so, but remember, that's how we separate ourselves from Jewish people who say, well, we've been discriminated against too. We've been this, but then what we say, yeah, but you take off that yarmulke and those jewelry, you're white. Or in the LGBTQ community, we say, hey, yeah, but if you just stop, if you just take, don't show your significant other, you're straight. So biases and discrimination on them is something they're walking into. Like they can actually avoid it. Our identity, we can't take off black.
Right.
So that's why we say cosplay. It's not a costume. It's permanent. So
no, I'm with you. I understood what you said. That's why I said it's a different connotation, because just to make it short and sweet, the difference is if we continue to keep allowing them to use blackness the way we use it, we lose in the long run, because we're giving everything away, where they're not having to sacrifice nothing. See, we didn't realize that when we allow them to be black, we're actually sacrificing everything that we fought for them to come benefit, but they don't have to put nothing back into the pot. They don't have to add nothing.
I'm gonna share my screen to illustrate it a little better.
Yeah.
Okay. Watch this. Okay, so this is 2007.
Yeah.
Right. So this is Obama. I think he's going for his second term. So listen to the language. So this ain't new language saying they're not black. And matter of fact, I got a video in 1989 when Jesse Jackson introduced African Americans, because the same way FBA ADOS is new now,
Yes,
right?
it was the
And we're
same thing
accepting it.
back then.
Yeah, African,
Yep.
but the difference is the grassroots. There was round table discussions where elitists, intellectuals was coming together saying, "Nah, we're not African American, we're black." And Kwame Ture was part of those round table discussions, and he jumped, he switched up. He went from Black Power to we're African Americans, and like they were cooking the shit out of him. But listen to this right here. Yep, listen to this. And
will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves.
okay, so the white guy was in. Now, if a white man can see this,
yes,
okay, he's running for president. He's called an African American, first black, right?
yes.
And he's like, he isn't a descendant of slavery. Look, he's going to go further.
His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl.
Okay, but now, so he's doing what I'm doing. I'm saying, well, you're not black because you're from Kenya. You're Kenyan.
Right.
Now, watch this. Watch this.
Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and it may affect...
There you go. Now, I'm going to go further, but I want to just elaborate there.
That right there is powerful. The black experience.
Right, exactly. So blackness to us is an experience.
Yes.
And you heard the experience. He gave you DOS before ADOS was even a thing. He said he was not a descendant of slavery. That's ADOS.
Hey,
so this
real
white
quick,
dude
though,
said
Ron,
ADOS before ADOS.
Let me play devil's advocate.
Wait.
Okay.
I got one more.
Okay.
So I want to point out a white man clearly saying he just defined blackness. Blackness is he said he haven't lived the black experience, and he defined it as descendant of slavery. So the black experience is to be a descendant of slavery. Now, one more. Now he's going to interview Deborah Dickerson. Watch this. So this is the language at the time.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's
Boom.
not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
All right. And then right here. So now this is, see? So this is the LA Times and the New York Times. LA Times, they were saying if he is black, then he's a new black man. Like he's not black like U.S. chattel slavery descendants are. That he's a new black. So like every America was coming together saying, if these Africans are black, if these Caribbeans are black, then they must be a new black. But they're not black like Foundation Black Americans. So I want to hear your pushback.
I was muted. I'm doing this for like a lot of my followers that watch me, because I understand everything you're saying, but I'm just playing devil's advocate for a minute. And the only reason why I'm doing this from this perspective, from an educational perspective, because you mentioned Stokely Carmichael. And I think that this is important. I want you to lay this part out too. Stokely Carmichael, they was throwing their fists in the air, him, A-Trap Brown and all them, and they was saying black power and power to the people. And they was bringing black people over from the Caribbean that was being part of the movement too, and they identified as black. So, and they went through slavery and they went through these things, right? So I'm gonna separate our reparations argument. I'm just dealing with that term black for a second. When we talk black, and the reason why when we were growing up, we cussed people out when they said that they didn't want to be black, right? That consciousness came from those teachings back then. So what happens to when Stokely Carmichael is saying black power and they identifying as black, and then we're being taught that, right? And then they come and they say, well, Obama's not black, which I agree, because black is an experience. But then a person that's our age, we was taught these teachings here.
Right. So now, you playing a video?
No.
Okay. Right. Okay. So again, this is why we're delineating, and it just means we're clearing things up. We're for the record.
Right.
Okay. So a lot of us did not understand that black was co-opted as a racial category. All right. We didn't know that. And we kind of even know how we were using black, because our ethnic group, our language evolves. Our language, like we don't have a set language. Like I call it a living language. Like we got the only living language on earth.
Like you can't learn AAVE in 1990 and you know it all. Nope, because the language what's no cap, what's roasting. You see the language, we use cracking, right? They say roasting and other terminology for getting on each other. So our living language constantly evolves. Right. So where we at in 2026, we understand. We didn't understand then because we thought that it was we were inviting them into blackness, like we're gonna be black together. We didn't know that they were holding high. The ones who were not yet citizens, and even the ones that were, we didn't know that they hold immigration higher than blackness. We didn't know that. We thought once they said they were black, once they was with us, we thought blackness was the first. Okay, hold on. No. So we thought blackness to them was the first
Say that
priority.
part right there, though. Say that part right there. That's what I was looking for. I'm glad that you said that. And there's a retweet, and I'm for the chat. I'm asking Ryan these questions. I know a lot of the answers, but these conversations, a lot of them is not being had in the proper context. That's why I'm asking Ryan these questions, and I want him to say it because, like I said, a lot of us was on the ground saying Black Power and power to the people. And now Ryan is saying the changing is coming, but you said something that was real important about how we use blackness. They put their, what was it? Their immigration over
Yeah,
it.
status over it. Right.
There you go. There you go.
So they're immigrants first. They're immigrants first. They're Jamaican sex, and a lot of them put their career next. Like a lot of, like again, they're only really black when we force them to be black. So to satisfy us, they're black. But when they walk away from us, they're like, all right, whatever. And you know, so but again, like in our ignorance, we're doing that. Like we're not. But listen, we had elitists though. Deborah Dickinson was around. We had other intellectuals around who argued like I'm arguing now. Like early on, I showed a brother, I forgot his name, but then I got the debate with Dr. Alim Muhammad with yeah, I got him debating Alim, not Ali, Alim with an M.
Alim, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know his medical stuff a little pseudo, but his argument for blackness was on point. So he was debating on C-SPAN for blackness over African American, and that was 1989. So that was exactly when Jesse Jackson introduced it.
Yeah.
And there was just so much pushback from the grassroots and our intellectuals. I told you, roundtable discussion. Those were not Nation of Islam members. These are Harvard educated people, wrote books, all type of making moves. And it was like, nah, we're not African American. We're not African in no sense. Socially, we are socially black for them, black people. So we're pasting blackness on people, and obviously we were not pasting it as an ethnonym. We were pasting it as like I guess you could say honorary black card.
Okay.
Like I think you could work with us on these projects or on these policies.
We wasn't demanding nothing from them. They didn't have to sacrifice anything.
Well, we thought automatically if we again like we're thinking that they know what we did here, and when we make you black, you're automatically black power first.
Stay right there, Ron. That's that's the conundrum where I said on my live stream the other day, right? And I get pushback from this, but I stand strong, firm on this. Our biggest detractors is not going to come from immigrants. It's going to come from our own people. Because when you're trying to do what you're doing, Ron, right now, and retrain a conditioned mind, a lot of people don't want to let it go or don't know how to let it go. And then a lot of the purse strings is connected to being African American and allowing other people to be black. So now we're going into a well-organized machine that's running, and we want to change the whole paradigm. And it's not an easy thing to do. So, and that's the same thing that happened in the 60s with the Black Power movement and things that was going on. You come in with a new consciousness to change up things in the marketplace where there's billions of dollars at play on the status quo being the same. So I'm with you 100%. I hear everything you're saying.
Well, I don't know about that.
Go ahead.
I don't know about that because when Donald Trump introduced MAGA, like he did that like we did ADOS. And now the entire world know what MAGA is in less than like 6 months. The entire world know what MAGA is. When Jesse Jackson introduced African American in 1989, we became African American in 1990. Like in 1 year, the entire country, because they put it on forms. So it's not really that difficult. See, people don't gotta accept it mentally. You don't gotta accept it. We did not accept African American, right? We never voted on that. We never came to a consensus. What they did was they just put it on forms and forced it down our throats.
That's the point I'm using. That's the point I'm making, Ron. Put it from this perspective. My pushback to that is those people that came with those thought processes had money behind it and jobs predicated on it. They had the system behind it. What I'm saying is we're bringing in something that our own people that's connected to the system is disagreeing with it. So it's a struggle.
Well, I have never, now I'm just saying from my anecdotal experiences, when I talk to people that's foundational, like who I would call foundation Black Americans, I never had one person say they're not, like after I explain it, I say, hey man, look, if they ask me or sometimes bring it to them, like, hey man, like I got some 24-year-olds. So I'm not trying to convince 80-year-olds, 70-year-olds at all. I was never into that. Right.
I got you.
Right. So my coworkers, all young dude from Newark, young dude from, my city, 24, 20, 26. So I'm slowly talking to them like, yeah, man, trying to like, yeah, where your family from, without being so obvious. And then they let me know that they're from the United States. They got, U.S. chattel slavery lineage here. So now I'm like, all right, well, look. So, after another week or two, I'm just talking about things gradually. And I introduced it to them. I never had one person say, I'm not, my ancestry ain't foundational. I don't think there's one Black American that would deny, that's why we have a title here that we're going to get into in a second. I don't think there's one Black American that would deny that their ancestors were not foundational.
Well, I hear what you're saying. My pushback is a lot of them that's like that, and even in our households, right? Put it this way. We said something about 10 minutes ago where I think you said it was either ADOS or somebody trying to get the names of foundational Black Americans on when you're filling out applications and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you fill out applications. So now we'll have that separation. So now when young dudes and young guys and girls go to get jobs and stuff like that, you can start breaking that conditioning because people are used to calling themselves a certain thing. And a lot of people still believe that they still looking to Africa. They still part of that church. They still part of the Democratic plantation. A lot of our people are still connected to a lot of things that we argue against. That's outside. It's everywhere. Right. When I'm outside and I'm talking, you get some people that listen, but you get some people, they listening to respond because they still connected to their conditioning. So my whole thing is we got to get into politics. And one of the things that will be important is if we can get FBA put on those applications when people are filling things out and there has to be a separation. That's a start. That's a start because my position is I'm with everything you saying. It's just it's just applying it to a lot of our stiff-necked, hard-headed people.
Yeah, that's okay. Because when I talk about that, I hear that pushback all the time. It took us 250 years to get out of slavery, to get to when slavery was abolished. It took 100 years to get civil rights passed. So there's no rush. See, when it comes to foundational Black Americans, all of a sudden we're the only people on the earth when we're being an activist, when we're activism, we have a 24-second shot clock to get it done. The rest of the world got eternity, got to the Armageddon come to get their their things done. But for us, it's a 24. I just said this yesterday. For us, it's always a 24-second shot clock. All right, Black Americans, you ain't get it done? Okay, it's over. Blow it up. Let's start over. No. It might take 100 years. It might take 250 years. It might take 700 years. We ain't moving.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But I think a lot of that stuff come from us being on a shot clock come from a lot of our people because we're impatient because a lot of our lifestyle is predicated on going outside of ourselves for our essentials and the things that we need, our jobs and everything else. So the system is against us when we trying to make those changes like that. And that's why sometimes it takes so long because of the self-doubt. Because you gotta, you can say the white man the devil, but then you gotta go punch in the clock tomorrow. I remember when I down at Miles number 12 back in the day, the brother was saying that. He said, saying y'all ain't got no heart. Y'all call the white man the devil, then go to work for the white man tomorrow. You ain't ready to fight this way. I was laughing so hard. He was saying y'all ain't ready to fight against this white man. But
yeah, I mean, well, that's fantasy anyway. If somebody think they're gonna take on this government, I mean, I just complete
that's the point he was making. That's the point he was making. He said we got to get here and build within, despite we got to get in and just build ourselves up, and then go out there and do business with the world. So and to me, like I said, I'm with everything you're saying. Like the way you explain it, because like I said, the way you explain how we should be using black to me, I needed to hear that because I've been used to using it the other way for so many years. And the way that you explain it is perfect. It's perfect. But it's just getting that out to the masses of our people. That's not
You know
on.
what? But it's already being done. So the irony is this: you have a lot of people out there with these YouTube channels that's defaming the FBA delineation movement, right?
Yeah.
But they're actually promoting us, right? Even though they're defaming, they're putting Foundation Black Americans in their title, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually moving pretty fast. And then now we got Tucker Carlson, we got and Coulter, these people in their political
notice.
settings, right? And they're actually parroting the acronym, and they're actually saying the words. So I know people in that party is like, what's that? So it's actually kind of moving pretty fast, thanks to the hate groups.
Yeah, because they putting more attention. And they know the talking points too. Him and James Fishback was using all the talking points, and then all of them was using. Fat Roly Poly was using the talking points now.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yes.
I think the biggest thing is what we was just talking about now, though, and understanding and defining that blackness terms for black. For what's like we just said. What's funny is immigrants come and know it. We was the ones that didn't know it.
Yeah, and that's why you can even tell from my spirit, like I got that civil rights spirit, that Frederick Douglass spirit, where I'm just optimistic. Like I got that Dr. King spirit. Like I don't look at it like it's a large hill to climb. I look at it as our history accomplishments. Like anything we set ourselves to do, we did it. Whether it took 250 years, 100 years, it got done. So like I come from that stock. Like I think it could be done. It's getting done, and if it takes eternity, it's going to take eternity. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm stuck with it. I like because I got to work on that every day though. But I'm with it. Because like I said, well, shit, just 5 years ago we was cussing Dominicans out for saying I know black. Daddy. We was cussing them out. But just to think about it,
Yeah, but look what you said though. You said cussing out Dominican. You see, they already got their ethnonym.
There you go. But that's what I was about to say. Think about it. We trying to make them be something that they're not, where they can go back to being who they are, but we stuck on being that, which like, so the thing is, why would I want you to be something that you're not and benefit for something that you don't even want to be? You come
right, and that's the importance. And guess what? We finally realized the mistake. We realized, okay, for example, it took Irish people 60 years to become white. It took Jewish people 100 years to become white in this country, in America. And it took I studied the history of immigration, so I know that when they got here, everybody's trying to assimilate to be white, but America would not embrace them. So it even took them a long time to delineate from where they came from and assimilate to whiteness, to become a generic white person, a generic honorary Anglo-Saxon European.
So basically, we planting the seeds. We're
planting the seeds in our spaces, man. They're lit. They're growing. I see your views. They're growing. I see my views. They're growing. I see other people's views. They're growing. So like there is a reason why our title is in everybody's video description, because the movement is here. Like the views, the attention is over here. So it's getting out there. And I'm very hopeful and optimistic, and I'm trying to get on to TikTok. So I need the family, Unbiased Ron, got and create a TikTok account and follow that name so I can go live there. I think I need like 1,000 subscribers, followers, whatever.
So what do you say to the people? What do you say to people when they say that Black Americans don't have a nationality? And I'm gonna pose the question this way to see what I want to get your perspective. When they say Black Americans don't have a nationality, or a culture, they say we don't have a nationality or culture, and other groups do. Your position on it is our blackness is our nationality. So that's part of our experience.
No, So a nationality is your ability to have citizenship in this country and be American. So you could have an Italian American, Ethiopian American. So everybody with citizenship here, America is their default nationality. So we have a nationality. Our culture is tied to our experience here. So we have I mean, like that right there, I don't entertain. Every human on this earth, it's impossible not to have a culture. Like a group can try not to have a culture, not have a culture. So culture is just a given, alienable right. That's like you're just born with when you just accompany yourself with other people and do the same things. So that whole debate is ridiculous. It's something I don't even take seriously at all because hold on, last thing is this, because to say we ain't got a culture, they got to define what a culture is. Right now I could google right now what a culture is, and I guarantee we check every box. So that's why I say it's a hateful conversation. That's time wasting for me, because we just can Google the definition. Everybody who I heard, Frank Zanu, all these guys, they all redefine what culture really means, and they don't mean that. So if we just stick with the standard definition of culture, you'll see we check every box.
Money Green, and Donnie James. I know that we're American. I'm just asking questions based off of conversations that I had with people in debates that I had with people online when they say certain things, because you never know who's watching. A lot of times you guys may be commenting in the comment section, but people be watching when we're talking. So I'm asking certain questions because I know that Ryan can break it down. I know that we're Americans, but I'm asking in arguments that I have with people, they give me these stupid, frivolous arguments. So I'm just bringing it to the table so Ryan can explain it. That's all. That's all it is. So some questions I'm just asking just to ask in the conversation.
Right. It's for the record, basically, because now you, like how you played your videos to me, you could run this back and say, and have them, you could play devil advocate for, on my part for them. Okay, well, what if they say this, and you play my take on it? Okay, what you got for that? Yeah, it's a learning,
Because they be watching from the bushes, a lot of them. They be in the bushes. They be in the bushes. They be behind the wall with binoculars. they got listening devices. They be doing everything. So trust me. And I saw you on Sinetta a couple like last month over there. I was in Pittsburgh on the highway. And I turned to my phone. I said this nigga over there arguing with them.
Yeah. You know what? I gave it a shot. It's a waste of time.
But the sad part is coming over there from them. Like a lot of them over there should know better, because they're not stupid. They're not dumb. In my opinion, a lot of conversations we having now, we was having these conversations 15 years ago. They know all this. They just still want to hold on to the Pan-African thing and don't want to.
And of course, when you let out that video with Professor James Small, because remember at one point I was mad at him. I was calling him out, but when I heard that, I'm like, so this dude knew the whole time, like, cause he broke that down. He's saying what I'm saying. He said when they say Africa, they're not African. They're from this country. Like, he's basically saying I'm saying everything he said. Like he sounded like me when I watched that video.
Yes,
I'm like, wow, this guy, I sound like him.
But that's why I'm saying I told everybody before. I've been around, like Claude Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson is okay. Elder Smalls, Dr. Claude Anderson, that just passed away from DC. He wrote the compensatory code.
Nearly Fuller
Jr. and Francis Cress Wilson. They're Tariq Nasheed teachers. So when you hear Tariq Nasheed talk, he's saying everything that Elder Smalls taught him. He's saying everything that Elder Smalls just don't want to let go of the Pan-African thing.
Right.
But make no mistake about it, 60 years online, all that stuff that you hear, he was teaching this stuff early on to Tariq. But that's why
crazy.
I'm saying that with the stuff that you talking about when you breaking down blackness, I heard all this stuff explained already before.
Right. Right, because I thought I was saying something groundbreaking, then I hear them say like, "Oh, okay, oops."
Yeah, and see the thing is, you come from somewhere. You had teachings too, so we not young. Like these teachings already been out there. A lot of times people just don't want to let go of the things that they're benefiting economically from. So they're willing to sacrifice everything just so they can fill their pockets up and not tell the truth. They know that they know that there's a difference. They know. Listen, you know how you know it's a difference. You know how you know it's a difference when you just make it real simple. If me and you was in Liberia right now and we got in a plane and flew all the way to Uganda, you a goddamn foreigner.
Yeah, 100%. And I just had this epiphany. I said, you know what? Maybe some of us calling everybody black was inspired by religious recruitment, because the Nation of Islam was looking for membership. The Hebrew Israelites looking for membership. They call everybody black. So I'm like, you know what? A lot of these organizations were just looking for more membership. So the Nation of Islam, sometimes they even call like Hispanics who are clearly Hispanic, like Oscar De La Hoya. They be calling them black. Like, you black, you black. And I always thought that, I always felt funny standing next to what Oscar De La Hoya do, and we're both saying we're black. So yeah, so that talking point could have been for religious recruitment.
I think, but for me, I think our blackness. I think that term in America go back to that part, but I think there's many different things. I think in the way we were treated in this country, take the African out for a minute. Let's just deal with like us and then the brothers and sisters coming from the Caribbean. East Coast Corridor, New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore. You have influx of Haitians coming in from 1790 to 1804. A lot of them came up here to Philadelphia. They went into New York City. They went into these different places, and white men just seeing everybody as black as niggas. So I think that consciousness started to develop over time, especially for us. When you came over, look like us, you was just a nigga, fall in line. This is why the history showed that Marcus Garvey can become who he became, because we seen him just as one of us. Where in his mind, he may still have been Jamaican, but we seen him as one of us, because when you got here, the white man was kicking everybody looked like us. He kicking everybody head in. So that consciousness began to permeate throughout, these cities like that, and it's something that went on for a long time, and now it's starting to be broken up.
See, the only thing with that is that, first of all, by the fact that we're calling them black and they're not calling themselves black, that's that exonome thing again. That's an outsider naming somebody
That's what I was
something.
about to say. We the last ones getting the memo.
That they didn't say. Now watch this. And then the access that they have ain't for black people. For example, DACA, like they get these guys. When we think of immigration, a lot of us think of Hispanics only. No, like these guys, these Africans, these West Indians, they get the same benefits. They're entitled to the same benefits. Everything Hispanic is entitled to. A Hispanic immigrant. So we're right.
Earlier.
So we're calling somebody black that could tap into resources that nobody black can tap into.
Yes. Remember what I said, Ron? They want to be black. They want to extract from what was supposed to be for us, but they're not putting nothing back in the pot.
Yeah, but you even got white folks, but that's nothing to brag about. You even got the Rachel Dolores saying they're black and stealing our resources. So that's not just exclusive to West Indians
I'm just saying
Africans,
because they look like us, and they come in.
Yeah, they could pull it off better.
Yeah, they could pull it off better. That's what I'm saying. Like, just think about it. What you're talking about now, what you're teaching now. Let's use Farrakhan as the example, right? What you're breaking down and teaching now, could Farrakhan get as far as he's gotten to become who he was if we was identifying the way we are today?
Probably not.
That's the point I'm making. So what I'm saying is, because we all was getting our heads kicked in together, we developed that consciousness of blackness in America. When you got to America and you walked with us, then we allowed you to be with us. But at some point, it was supposed to stop and say, okay, you are a brother, but we still got our identity. I think it just kept going on and on and on. And then you had leaders that called it out, but they got shut out by sellout leaders that was being funded to keep this shit going this way. So this is where this thought process comes from, because when you deal with the history like Schomburg, and you deal with these blacks these other black groups that came over that helped before the civil rights movement, the movements we had, and then the civil rights movement and the Black Power movements, they were black and they were down, right? But they still got to go back to being who they were. We still was accepting them with our arms wide open. So with what you're teaching now, I think that we would have had a better grip on things. But the system was funneling money on things being anti what you're teaching.
Good evening.
Okay, I
Yes,
hear
sir.
you.
Yes.
Are you
Can you,
there? What's your name?
I'm yes, my name is Lynn. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the gentleman who asked the question in the chat. Two questions.
Yeah.
What is the FBA code? Is it the code similar to the late Grandcestor Neely Fuller Jr.'s code, or is it a code that is similar to his but revised?
Okay. So are you are you from this you're not Black American, right? You're not foundational?
I am a foundational Black American. Yes.
Okay. But you have not grown up in like the urban areas, right?
Sadly, no.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I could tell because like certain language, as you can imagine, in a cultural setting, if it's understood, it don't got to be explained. So now the code predates Neely Fuller. Neely Fuller added a revision to the code, um, just like Tariq Nasheed added foundational to Black American. Black American was already in existence. Yvette Carnell added the A to DOS. DOS was already here light years before Yvette and Tone Talks. So the code amongst Black Americans that's got some type of impoverished experiment. Like there's certain things that we say to each other and don't even know each other that well, right? And we just get it. Like I can go to Chicago and like in a few hours understand their slang just by certain conversations. I'm already plugged in, but the uh the code is there's really no written manifesto. Like there's no memo, right? So let me give an example. When I was young, my aunts, parents, uncles, and grandparents said, "Hey, respect your elders." Now they never gave you the definition of what an elder was, right? But you just sensed what that meant. Like you just knew innately what that meant, and that's what being on code is. But being on code is being in tune with those that are like you, that think like you, and behave like you. But there's really nothing written down. Like, so I could make up some stuff right now and say, hey, this is the code. And then you'll get another FBA say something similar but different. So, but there are boundaries. There are boundaries you don't step outside. And on code could be, on code can be, don't try to outshine us in front of the white T man. Like, so if we got like a little dispute, minor white T man is around, it's like, yo, relax. Like, we'll talk about this later. But to try to like keep talking about it from the white T man to try to outshine one of us, that's being off code. Like it's like being in sync. Uh, that's the best way to put it. Or let's say if we're like, arguing a little bit, and a white team man or another person come by and try to excite or inflame it, getting on code is like, oh, we immediately drop that dispute and be like, buddy, kick rocks before I get bad for you. Like those are those examples. On code also is represent the movement, delineation movement, reparation movement. That's also getting on code. It's like getting on code with that. Also the lineage, we're trying not to beef at all. We're trying to like any small disputes, we're trying not to let them be inflamed. That's on code. We're sticking to the goal, but we're not gonna let people like try to for example, white tea society was able to split us up and get us off code by the gender wars. You know, they'll have man against woman, woman against man, right? Also, they then divided again. They came up with the LGBTQI plus community. Now you got FBAs in that, and they value that more than their blackness. Not all of them, but some of them. So it's like, so everybody's coming off cold, right? So the men were blaming the women, women blaming the men. Then like people who have an alternative sexual lifestyle would choose the lifestyle in that community over the lineage. So, you know what I mean? So that's off code. So now what we're doing is saying, hey, we're not going to put anything over the lineage. The lineage is first and foremost. So in a nutshell, that's what's code. That's what's being on code.
My second question, thank you for that explanation. My second question is about the violence that's aimed at FBAs and Dr. Umar Johnson's statement about, though he does agree with both FBA and ADOS, he believes that it is divisive because it's playing right into the hands of, I will use the term racist white supremacists, the divide and conquer tactics and strategies that keep quote unquote African people from really uniting under this banner of a full African Black unity. Can you address some of that? Because I
Yeah.
do agree what he said in context of, yeah, I do see this as sort of divisive, and I do see this as not really looking too good, because now you're talking about people getting threatened with violence because now people have had enough of this FBA thing, calling them a cult, calling them a hate group. Even the young lady getting on a social media site saying she wants to strap a bomb and blow FBA people up, or people that are in that so-called movement. So can you address more of that to that issue, but take one step at a time?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, this all, a lot of people don't even know how this all began, right? What we're doing. We're demanding reparations, and we're delineating. There's nothing divisive about that. There's nothing xenophobic about that. And there's nothing like, that's it. Like, what comes with delineating and asking for reparations? You tell me how that is divisive or xenophobic.
I think for some of the people who have been the critic, and I've heard some stuff, one, it's a cult. Number two, it's divisive against the African people that come
How?
from African
Wait.
concept.
So, but you got to kind of respond to that. So,
Okay, no problem.
So what we did was we asked for disaggregating information, delineating, right? And we're asking for reparations. How are those three actions attacking somebody else? We're actually talking to our American government. How is that? Nothing about, nothing. So I want you to speak to that. Nothing about that language is inviting another person outside the American government.
I guess some people have a problem with the term calling African immigrants tethers.
That's last. So I want you to speak to us asking. So this is the beginning of ADOS. So matter of fact, this is before ADOS was created. We were asking for disaggregated information, data, and we were asking for reparations, and we're saying we're going to delineate. So those three actions. So right now, there's no ADOS, there's no FBA, there's no tether. How are those three actions offending an immigrant?
Now, those I don't know. I would say I don't know. I have to be honest to answer that
Okay.
question. But I would say from the critics is
Wait,
that
but you're jumping. But listen, that's not fair though, because
okay, hold
that's
on.
like me.
Cool. That's cool.
Wait,
Not a problem.
I got it. Well, hold on. What I'm trying to point out is you're hopping into the middle of something and ongoing something. You're choosing a side and don't even know how people got involved. So I'm giving you the origins of everything. We asked for reparations. There's no tether word. There's no ADOS word. There's no FBA word. We're asking for reparations. We're asking for disaggregated data that speaks to Black Americans specifically and exclusively, and we're delineating. We're now coming up with a term to call ourselves where the information, the data represents that group by that name. There's no tether, there's no FBA, none of that's going on. So so is that what I just described? Is that offending? Should those actions offend anybody?
No.
Right. Okay.
But even I don't know how old you are, but I've been hearing about reparations since the 90s.
Right. But it goes back to 1800s. But yeah. So it's an ongoing fight, man. That's what
Now,
that.
FBAs, not to cut you off here, the FBAs who are anti-democratic party.
Wait, no. Okay, so you can't say you can't say the FBAs are anti-democratic party. You got FBAs who come on my panel who are Democratic. Some are some Republicans. Some are neutral. They are a party. Like they just want to go whoever swings in our favor. You know, whoever's talking about tangible. So what you're doing right now is you're framing a bunch of Black Americans who don't even know each other. We're not even organized, where we're like plotting and conspiring to block a vote. I have the people who come on my panel, I don't ask their political position at all. Never did. Zero. Not one time. So if you know about their political position, then you know more about FBA than I do, which I know you don't, because I'm actually in the lineage, right? So, and I'm on code with the lineage. So for you to say that, that means you had these conversations or they disclose their political position. And where I've never heard too many FBAs say, hey, I'm Republican. Usually when you go Republican, you go conservative and you end up being an op that way too. So the liberals, the lack of action, and conservative, the benign and neglect. So both seem to be an issue for FBAs.
Well, okay, let me kind of have a conversation / question with you about this,
Yeah.
because I did see the reparations people go to what you would call quote unquote blue states to ask for reparations. And the thought that I had on myself is, well, why are you going to them? Why didn't you go to Republican states and ask for the reparations? Because that's where we were harmed the most, was in their states.
Um, well, we're actually going to the government. So we know that California is prime real estate for everything. So for you to make a mark in America in law, that's why marijuana was passed California. Like a lot of things go through California first, and California's a state with it's like a litmus test. If you can get that thing overturned in California, that pretty much normally sparks a domino effect. So we are not even attacking states like that, my guy. The reparations claim it's not about red states, blue states. It's about the federal government, the national government, which is neither red or blue. It's just the government.
But we have to be realistic here. We are dealing with two political parties here that
Wait.
are
Oh,
very
wait.
hostile to Black people.
Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Are you familiar with how reparations work?
I've heard a number of things how reparations work.
Okay. So,
It really
okay. So
fair.
talk to me about the Japanese reparations in 1988. How that came about and how they got ruled on. Talk to me about that.
Oh,
Did
well,
they go to it? Did they go to the red state because they were thrown in internment camps in this place? So which political party did they go speak to get reparations? Talk to me.
well, they really spoke to both of them. But
No,
as of
no, no,
'94, for what I heard from last time I heard from
no,
that,
no, no, no. I mean, you can just Google that. No,
the
no,
last
no, bro.
I
Hey,
heard
bro,
about
no,
that
no. What you can't do here,
is
what you
reparations
cannot,
was not
bro.
forthcoming.
I have an obligation here to protect my chat from misinformation. right? So if you say something, it has to be spot on where we can look it up and it's there, right? Now, I'm somebody who go over this 1988 Act a lot in this chat. I talk about reparations a lot. So most people who bring up reparations, try to have the discussion, don't really know much about it and don't know that it comes about different ways. There's not one way to get it. Everybody's way to how to get reparations was different from the next person. Because Republicans are normally conservative. They don't really like to spend. So they are the states that say there'll probably be no. Okay, so you so to answer that question, you kind of wasting your time going to red states asking for money. They're like the least likely to hand out money. That's why when they get in office, they dominate. They usually repeal or take money back, as you see right now with the Trump administration. That's normally what they do. Welfare reform. That's the history of the Republican Party. So you'll be a fool going to a party that's known to conserve on money, take money back, and ask for money. Like, you're just wasting time. But there's different ways reparations is dispersed. But what you might want to do, if you really want to know about reparations, you want to speak to like an expert who's actually in the field. So there's a lot of people that's involved. But I will redirect you to Yvette Carnell. She takes call-ins the way you called in me. You can call in her and you can ask about reparations. Reparations is something that might take a while. Like, we're not like sitting waiting for a check under our pillow like a tooth fairy. We're representing it. We're standing by it, and when it comes, it comes. But we're still handling our business, living life. So that's the answer on reparations in general. But I want to get back to delineation, because I just said, and you said you gave the answer. You said delineating, demanding reparations, and asking that data be disaggregated, fragmented to fit a particular group, ethnic group with a name. That's not xenophobic, being divisive, or offended. It should not offend people. You agreed. So now you should want to know, then, how did they even get in if we're talking to our government, where did they come from? You don't want to know about that?
I would like to know how to, to gain information, because there's a lot of disinformation out there about FBA.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, it's starting from you. Like, people like you got there and spread disinformation. There's not disinformation coming from thorough platforms like this. We actually cook and expose
The one
those
guy,
agents.
sorry to cut you off here, but there was the one gentleman that said, "Well, you guys ain't really doing," and am I allowed to use obscenities here?
No.
Okay, no, okay, never mind. He said, "Y'all not really doing ish around here. You're not in the streets advocating for anything."
Wait,
Y'all,
stop
okay.
right there. In this, you got to clarify. In the streets doing what?
You're not in the streets advocating for what you want. You're just sitting on the internet.
Start right there. Because everybody's on a fucking, I could curse my channel. Everybody's on a fucking internet, my guy. Nobody's in the streets. I don't know what state you in, but nobody. And when people in the streets, they don't have time for conversation. But everybody and their mother. That's why online dating is bigger than cold walk-ups. Nobody's walking up to nobody dating like that. That shit is almost obsolete. Everything is on the internet. Trump tweets, Elon Musk, everybody is getting their message across on the internet. We're in a modern technological world, and we're using the internet. You're on here talking to me through internet. We're not talking in the streets. You're getting your questions answered or addressed from the internet. You're not getting you didn't come to the streets to get your questions answered. You came to the internet. And that's where we go to answer questions and disclose information. So the work is done on the internet, not in the streets. Nobody's outside.
You have to forgive me, sir. Very old school, traditional. I still have a
Yeah, but that's
mailbox.
obsolete though. Yeah. So
I
the
still have
thing
a
is,
mailbox.
you don't want to be aged out though. Yeah, but I talk about people being aged out. They can't keep up with modern technology and social media. So if a person is aged out, there's nothing we can do for you. 'Cause that means you're like my aunt. You're like 70 years old and you're stuck in your like caveman ways, so to speak. But this is everything is online. Everything you want to do in life, bro, go apply for a job. Try to go to a college. They're gonna redirect your ass to the online. So everything is online now. Jobs, college admissions. You want to click unemployment. You want to file for any type of benefits or loan. Everything's online. They're gonna make you go online first. You if you want to get the license, reschedule, everything. You can't go in person to do nothing. So yeah, so that's the answer to that question. Nobody is in the streets to be talked to. Everybody's online. And when you get online, bro, everybody's online. That is a safe haven for I got time. If you catch a person online, that means they have time. If you catch a person in person, most likely they don't have time. They get to where they gotta go, and that's it. They ain't got time to be talking about nothing. So smart people know how to network. We go on social media, and social media is how everything is getting done.
Now, another question I have before I leave here, because thank you for this conversation. Is it really is the objectives being subverted because the Republican Party has a bigger money and legal team that can, let's say, if a Democratic president does get into office and takes the reparations issue seriously for foundational Black Americans, that the racist white supremacists on the Republican side of the coin can sue and say this is discriminating against white people, that you're favoring one color over another people.
That's why reparations are not race based. Okay. Yeah, you're talking about race based lawsuits or reparations. Nobody sued when the Japanese were awarded checks. Nobody sued Native Americans. Nobody sued when Italians, and nobody were sued when uh, Jewish people got reparations from this country. All right. So no, that's not how it works. Yeah, if it's race based, yeah, this a lawsuit because that's a violation of like the Constitution. But we're not seeking race based reparations. We're seeking reparations from a harmed people, ancestors, and the continuity of it, the ripple effects now. So it's a long claim and it's ongoing. That's why we can sue for ourselves. We're experiencing it,
So
and
how do
we're
we
also
get the reparations without it being, because now you're saying foundational Black American, and they say, well, Black people are not foundational to America because we were bought here.
okay. So now, okay? So let me ask you this: when people say foundation or the foundations of America, explain that. What's the foundations to America?
Foundation, when you think about it, is the people who founded it, who
No,
started.
no, 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 no. We're not talking about founding fathers. We're talking no. We say foundation, brother. We're talking about physical foundation, like the economy, who built the country, landscaped, cut all like the Amazon areas down physically. So when we say foundation, I get it. Like there's a founding father, foundational guy, and there are foundational builders. So we're not claiming we're the architects. We're saying we were the labor force. We physically laid the foundation down for this country. 200 years before anybody came here and helped out.
This is a really
So
interesting conversation. So I would definitely, if you guys have more shows, I would definitely listen in more and get more questions, because this is very interesting to talk about this. Because my thing is, yes, I agree we need reparations, but what my biggest concern is these political shysters, like with the Black farmers, they'll come out and sue and then get the courts to hold it up saying it's race based, even though it was for
no.
harm done to Black
They
farmers.
actually got awarded. No, that wasn't race based. They actually got awarded money because again, bro, you should really go look up reparations and how it's handed out. It's illegal to give reparations based on race. I keep saying that. The farmers were a harmed group who just so happened to be the same ethnicity. That just like the Japanese people were selected people who were displaced and brought into internment camps. It just so happens they had the same ancestry. When Jewish people were rounded up in Germany, it just so happened that it was Jewish people. You dig? So sometimes it could be like there's lawsuits. Like look at 9/11. 9/11 was a mixture of many people, and guess what? It's a lawsuit for a mixture of many people. But sometimes, brother, people harm a selected ethnicity, and those people have a right to justice. They're not denied because they happen to be of the same ethnic group. They also have a right to justice as well. So same thing with us. We just so happen to be of the same ethnicity when we were harmed, but we're due like anybody else. So sometimes it's a mixed melting pot, and sometimes it's just one ethnicity that's harmed. But everybody is due justice. But let me correct you on something. You said you said African, which I think is implying FBAs, bro. We're not. When you say African, explain what an African is. Like
And
how do you define an African?
an African is a continental person that lives on the 54 nation
Okay,
states.
but there's no such thing as that. Nobody on this earth go by the name African. Let me give you an example. Zimbabweans, that's their nationality, and their tribe, some is Shona. Nigeria's a nationality, and then you go to Igbo and Ghana, and then you got Asante. So nobody on this earth is called an African. All right, that's a nickname people place on each other for whatever reason, but everybody has a nationality, and sometimes Jamaica, the nationality is the ethnonym. So there's no such thing as an African man and woman. Everybody's tied to a nation, and sometimes a nation works as an ethnicity, and other times it's a nation and then an ethnicity, which is separate. So I correct you there. There's no such thing as an African. Number two, you use black interchangeably with African, right?
Well, sadly to say, but yes, because on the papers it's saying black and or African American.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what papers was that?
Census, job application,
And
current.
who's responsible for those censuses?
Well, white people
No. What? Come on, you can't just say that.
control the government.
Okay. Right. Now, and that agency is called what? What's the name of the agency?
The U.S. Census Bureau.
No, it's called the OMB, Office of Management and Budget. So now let me correct you here as well. They don't name nobody, my guy. We named ourselves, and they come back behind us. So now, let me give you some fact-checking information. We called ourselves Black in 1960. Okay, it was Henry Ford and Ronald Reagan who put Black as official terminology 16 years later. So they didn't name nobody. And then Jesse Jackson came 30 years later with African American. And OMB came in 1997. And matter of fact, in the 2000s, but they made it official, where they started to like call us African American after Jesse Jackson. So they don't name nobody. They try to keep up the data with the group, how they're being identified currently. They don't name nobody. Now, African American, the problem with that terminology is that it has a dual usage. It acts as an ethnonym for Foundation of Black Americans, and it acts as a race for recent immigrants. And we just said you can't get reparations based on a race. So it's impossible to get reparations from a name like African American. It acts as a race and it acts as an ethnonym. So that's some slick shit. So we're saying, no, that name is no good. We can never get reparations for that name. Black is very exclusive. Black only foundation Black Americans were in society and law were categorized as Black. So Black is our ethnonym. America is our nation. So you got Black American, you got Nigerian Americans, you got Ghana American. You see, they're not Black, they're Nigerian. So the same way they're Nigerian or Igbo, that's the same way we are Black. So there's no Blacks plural. It's the Black people in America, and that's it.
Interesting take. Well, thank you for your time, man. I really appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. Thank you for calling in.
Conversations.
Yes, sir. I'm live every day, buddy. So you call back in.
Sure. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. Thank you. There you have it. So, how you think about the conversation about black with George Macon, and how you feel about the conversation about being on code with that fella right there? You dig? How you feel about John Henry Clark saying John Henry Clark? Okay, so let me see in the chat who's in the chat. Okay, so if you're new here and you're FBA, you might want to make that known so I can give you your lineage wrench. If you're not FBA and you have a question about FBA talking points or concern or statement, click the link, and this is the time to click the link. If you have a issue, question, concern about FBA, anything about FBA, anything at all, click the link, and I'll try my best to answer your question. I'll try my best to address your concern or your statements, but this will be the time to do that, as I'm not going to play any more videos, but I am going to run back some of this tomorrow. I think this is very important with the slavery thing, right? As you can see, like there's a movement to deny or minimize Africa's role in slavery. Okay, you got some people with big names who deny Africa's role in enslaving us, kidnapping and selling us to the white man. Like we caught a big fish today. John Henry Clark. Y'all wouldn't have known that had y'all not been tuned in. So this is the type of stuff I try to bring my chat, my lineage, my family members, exclusive updates, news and updates. Like Chad said, Chastity, he heard Dr. Clark say that before, but he never looked at it in that light. He seen it as, oh, nothing big about this. Because it may be because we looked at him as a historian. So, and at the time, we were like probably pro-African in some regard, and we were blaming the white man for everything. So that could have been a reason. But it looks like we don't have too many ops in the building, people who disagree in the building, because they would have had already clicked the link. Critical Thinking 777, peace to you. Chime in tomorrow. I'll give you a lineage wrench. I should be live morning time, early afternoon. We'll see. Let me see. Okay. So you see these tethers are cognitively not there. Yeah, man. The tethers some sick people, man. Really sick people that's being exposed. But anyway, family, let me get out of here. I hope you guys liked the video. I hope you enjoyed the content today. Hope y'all really enjoyed. I felt like it was pretty good. All right, the way I put it together as opposed to when I did it this afternoon. All right, family. So we'll get together tomorrow. Good day. Peace to the family. Let me end this one now. I'm in the bed. Got Khalid in the building. He said you could tell a tether because they respond. They say, well, Right. Well, yeah, so let me get off here before I end up dozing off while I'm live. Family, peace, like, subscribe, $, unbiased Ron, Cash App is 24/7.